classic double double.
You know what else I wanted to try? Um, Man, it was right. You showed it to me last time. Sauteed beef.
Sauteed beef.
I want to get. I want to try that because I don't know how much. Um,
Sauteed beef with what? Just sauteed beef?
because I could get that on carnivore, but I don't want to order it one time when I don't know how the size is. So I kind of want to get it now with my burger, but not really. I guess we can order.
Yes. One classic double double.
Um, can I get the same? And then can we get the fries with that? Bo? What is this one?
This is as on for this.
What is the salty beef?
And it is cooked beef with oil and flavor.
Do you have a picture of it? Is there a picture anywhere?
It is add on site. So
How big is it?
it's like
Hmm. No
not,
picture? There's no
not
picture of it?
Let us with the picture.
Okay, come on.
It's 100
100
beef.
grams. And it's just beef or does it come with onions?
It just is like this as on. You can put it into your food like that.
Okay, that's okay. I get that.
Yeah, just take a look. Do you see the picture menu?
There's a picture of it?
We have this picture
Oh,
menu.
you got this.
It was-
Okay, come on. Picture menu.
Yeah, but I
We
think
still have two classic double and one combo fry. Right?
Yep. Thank you. Picture menu.
I forgot my phone.
Now you can't be on your phone all night.
Okay.
The burgers. You were just here earlier.
Who?
Jason.
Who?
Jason. But if you don't make me start yelling. I don't see. There's a picture menu, but they don't have it. A 100 grams.
Maybe you can order it.
Senchao? I don't see it.
Uh, it will not have inside. But like this.
It's like this one. Ah, okay. Okay, come on. I think if I do carnivore here, I will get 2 of those. I tried to do, so I signed up for Twitch, but I tried to stream. I'm talking to the audience. And it won't show my screen for some reason. So I got to figure out how to capture the screen on Twitch. So there was someone in here earlier that told me they knew about Twitch, but they never responded on my message. So I need to figure out how to do that because I would like to. So let me actually put this up here. It's the same as my YouTube channel, Will Travels with a Z. So please follow me on there. And then I'm gonna try to start. Um, I'm gonna start trying to also do streaming on Twitch also at the same time. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly why I was trying to get the sauteed beef, but they don't have any pictures of it. So I don't know how you guys found out about that because there's literally no pictures of it. I asked him for a picture. He said no picture. Um, so I don't know how you guys found that. There's no pictures of it anywhere. But it's 50,000. Yeah, it's in the menu, but there's no picture of it. So it just says sauteed beef. So that could be ground beef, that could be anything. There's no actual picture of it. It's just on the thing that says add-ons, and then it says like bacon, it says like eggs, it says like sauteed beef, but there's no picture. Yeah, but it's too expensive to buy stuff like that here. The only good deal, well, that's the other thing. I don't know how much beef you get because for 50,000, it would be a great deal if you get a lot. But yeah, I think he said 100 grams. But the bacon and oh, there we go. Come on. So I have no clue of how much. I have no clue of how much of a portion. I don't go by grams, and even when you do grams, I have no clue like how it actually looks on the plate. And then I know bacon and eggs aren't probably as cheap as what we buy. Oh, come on, come on. You get a good amount. Two. That's exactly what I was thinking. Is getting 2 orders. 2 orders is technically more than the burger. So the burger's 90. Come on.
Do you want more salt pepper or mayonnaise?
It's okay.
I could get mayo.
Mayo.
Typically get 2 orders. That's exactly what I would get. It would be 100,000. The burger's 90,000. So technically, the burger is technically cheaper, but that's not so bad. Oh! It's not so bad for carnivore. It's only like 10,000 more. Come on. Look at the size of those fries. That's 1 order, guys. That's 1 order of fries. Double smashed. Double smashed. This is why Bikini Bottoms is my favorite. Huge order of fries. 2 burgers. This will cost us 200,000.
Wow.
Do you think they actually cook it in butter though? That's my question. But this is my favorite burger place. Not only for the taste, but also for the price. Taste and price, this is my favorite. Okay. The hardest part about doing carnivore here is that it's so much more expensive than eating regular food. Look at that. Because, man, I can go get my beef, rice, and a fried egg for 30,000, and it's a huge portion. Here, what do you get? You can't even. I mean, what kind of meat can you get for 30,000? Nothing. I couldn't figure it out, Coconut Man. I'll show you guys real quick. Hopefully it won't kick me off. But I tried to stream on Prism because Prism is to both of my accounts. And then I went live and it didn't show any video. So apparently you have to like add some kind of source or something. But I can't figure it out. I have no clue how to use it. I just signed up. So I would love to figure out how to use it. Because I was going to stream on both at the same time. But you see this huge order of fries? We've already ate some. And that's only 29,000. And the burgers, I never had the truffle fries. I get these. This huge order of fries is only 29,000, guys. That's insane. 29,000 for this order of fries. Like when I come by myself, I get the double burger and this huge order of fries for 110,000. I know there's got to be a way, because I added the other, so I'm having two problems. I'm having, the first problem is I have to stream on Prism because it connects the two, but the two issues I'm having is, how do I read both chats from YouTube and Twitch on the Prism streaming app that I'm using? And then the other issue is, how do I get the video to show up? So maybe if someone watches, real man's ketchup, Heinz. It feels good to be able to have Heinz ketchup again.
You have Heinz ketchup at home.
I haven't had it in a long time. Ugh. The last time, yeah, I know. All I need to do, because, so there has to be an easy way. That's the easiest way that people told me, is download Prism, because I'm trying to do a stream at the same time on Twitch and on YouTube, which is what you told me, Coconut Man. You said you need to stream on Twitch too, which is fine, but I just need to be able to do them both at the same time. So you have to download Prism, and then you connect your account to both, and then I hit go live, and it worked, but it didn't show the video, but you guys can hear me. And then I couldn't read the chat also. It started freaking raining when I got here. Fluffy, he called your name twice.
PM.
Yeah, he said, hey, Fluffy and Fluffy, because he's talking to you. But this is the best burger I've had in all of Da Nang. Maybe even all of Asia. But no better burger. It tastes, the closest burger I would compare this to, it definitely has an American burger taste. But the closest I would compare this to is probably like an In-N-Out burger. Definitely the closest. We kind of got the crumbs today. Kind of got the crumb fries. Oh no, I'm not going to use two phones. If I have to use two phones, I'm not going to do it. I can't use two phones. My other phone does not have a SIM card. I find it impossible that you can't use one phone to do it. If you got to use two phones, then I guess I wasted my time downloading it. Yeah, that's a waste. That's way too damn hard. I cannot do two phones. That's the whole reason why I downloaded Prism, is because it said I can stream on both at the same time. If I have to use two phones, there was no point of downloading Prism. Yeah, it's like an app that allows me to stream on two things at once. Yeah, I didn't know that. If that's the case, then it's worthless. Then I kind of signed up for Twitch for no reason, because what I'm trying to do is use Twitch, get Twitch followers while I do my YouTube stream. But I'm not going to sit there and read one chat on one side and then have another phone on the other. That's just insane. Especially like while I'm walking. I'm just so shocked that I'm not tech savvy, but how do I come up with all these ideas of what apps should be, and yet nobody has apps like that? It's so weird. I can't be the only person thinking of this stuff. Charlotte Hornets. No, I'm actually wearing a rain jacket though. It's raining. So right when we came down here, it started. Can you see my rain jacket? Where are you waving? Yeah, this is the best burger, guys. Yeah. I just leaked it on my shirt, but it's not coming in clear. But this is definitely the best burger in Da Nang, by far. People say Roadhouse, but no way. I do know some people say Fly Burgers, which Fly Burgers is decent, but Fly Burgers for both of us is like 70,000 more, and you get less fries. That's ridiculous. I'm not buying all this equipment. I don't have the money for that. I'm already mad that when I do live streams on my laptop that it doesn't show me on YouTube Shorts. So when I do laptop live streams, it sucks. This is Bikini Bottoms. This is my favorite burger place. This is the best burger in all of Da Nang. This is my favorite burger. But I will say it's the most messiest burger. This burger definitely is the most.
In Manila, there's like an upside down burger. You have to eat it out upside down so the juice wouldn't come. I haven't tried it though.
We never had the shakes. Wearing on the wrist. So you guys already know I carry so much stuff. I already have my bag over my shoulder. Sometimes I have my GoPro with me. Then I have my other phone. It's like you guys want me to be like a walking freaking electronics store. Have one phone here, have one phone there, have your wallet here, have your tripod here. Like, that's just insane. Actually, I don't know, but every time I've ever got a checkup and went to the hospital, I've always had very good blood pressure. I've never had bad blood pressure, ever. Actually, the doctors tell me I have really good blood pressure every single time I've ever went. Tim, so I started to stream on Twitch, but so actually what I did is I linked Twitch and YouTube to Prism app, and then I did the live stream, but for some reason it wasn't showing my video, so I had to log off that.
Yes, I do. I have 4 brothers. Someone's asking you if I have siblings.
She doesn't, because she was adopted. They found her outside by the dumpster.
Hey, Dead Shark.
What's up, Dead Shark? Yeah, this is my favorite burger place by far. I will say probably Tam's has better fries though. But by burgers and price, this place has it beat. This is my favorite burger right there. We got a huge amount of fries. She got a double smash burger. I got a double smash burger, and it's gonna cost $200,000 for both of us. So that's what, $8, like $8.50. That's probably one of the most expensive meals that we do get. This is probably damn near our most expensive meal. $8, so about $4 a piece. A little over $4 a piece.
You got it right. That is little girl. Still, but I was replaced because I already have a niece.
Yeah.
So my dad's new favorite is my niece.
Not
I
you.
got kicked out now. No longer me. Four brothers. You learn how to watch wrestling, play NBA live, watch NBA. Choose your favorite. You play a lot of sports.
Yeah, $8 is definitely good, but I mean, for us, it's very expensive. Not very expensive, but it's one of our two most expensive meals. But if you went to Roadhouse or Burger Bros, we'd pay almost 50% more there. Because some people, I just have a natural talent for finding good value. I'm kind of like those dogs that smell clues and go find like the dead bodies. I have a natural ability to find great values. I run into people all the time. They're like, man, I just had a burger. It was $7. I'm like, $7? Go to Bikini Bottoms. Like, I have a guy that just came from the Philippines and he loves fly burgers. And I was telling him, I was like, man, fly burgers is not bad, but it's not as good as Bikini Bottom. Go to Bikini Bottom and you'll cut your bill at least 50%. He never tried it though. We've never tried Korean. Korean's a little bit too expensive. It's not really my favorite food, and it's a little expensive, so it's kind of like a double whammy for me. I would go to like a Korean barbecue unlimited, like because all I would eat there is just like the grilled meat, but it's not cheap at all. They know that the Koreans will pay a lot for it out here, so therefore the Korean barbecue is not cheap at all. I don't even think we've seen a cheap Korean place. Yeah, that's the problem. You can't find Indian food for cheap or Korean, so you already know me, I'm on a budget. Or at least, so I classify things by like how many bonnets I can get for something. So if it's like 200,000, I'm like, damn, I can get 5 bonnets for that. So that's how I look at stuff. I've never really heard of a Vietnamese barbecue.
Maybe that's like the pork barbecue you get.
What pork barbecue? The worst part about this burger is that it freaking gets all over the damn place. That is the problem. It just freaking so messy. And the burgers slide around, but it's good.
I think I'm dressed up.
This place? Yeah, this place serves burgers. It's basically a burger place. But everybody says the breakfast is really good here, but I've never had the breakfast. I only come here for the burgers and then awesome, huge amounts of fries. Fluffy, she's never had Five Guys, but I had it one time. I thought it was okay. It was okay, not bad. But for the price that they want for it, it's not worth it. But for the food, it was okay. I never really had a bad burger in the USA. Now I've had bad burgers in Asia for sure, but I've never really had a bad burger in the USA, really. Yeah, California. I'm in California. Well, I'm from California, not in California, and that's where most of the In-N-Outs are.
all you can eat burgers?
Mm, that's awesome. I would go to that place. I could probably only eat 2 or 3 depending on how big they are though. I went to Five Guys years ago, probably before the pandemic or like right after the pandemic. And I think it was like 12 or 15 bucks. But remember, so even in the USA, I'm very cheap. So if I go to a restaurant, like a fast food place, I never, ever, ever, ever buy their combo meals and I never buy their drinks. So I'll buy like the fries and a burger and I'll bring a drink with me. But I don't do I know so many friends that just like will buy a combo meal and it's like, dude, if you're going somewhere and you know you're going to a fast food place to take food out, bring a drink. Like, don't get ripped off by their freaking $3 sodas. It's just, their combo meals and you paying for a drink there is just crazy. Yeah, that's what, actually, I probably would do that. In the place in Ho Chi Minh that they're talking about, I'd probably just get the burgers, the all-you-can-eat burgers, and probably just eat all the patties. But that's the other thing. So, out here, when I've had burgers at a couple places here, some of the burgers, the problem with them is they got a huge bun. I'm not a guy that loves the big, huge buns on a burger because you really can't taste it. Where did we go? I think it was Pumbaa's. Pumbaa's had this giant, huge burger bun, and like the burger was only like a regular sized patty. And I'm like, it really kills a burger when you have too big of a bun, especially if you don't have enough burger on it. Ho Chi Minh all you can eat barbecue place. I only have the meat. Come on. Want some what? You want what? Fluffy.
What?
Oh, they do have a couch there.
Where is it?
The place by Torino.
But where is it in the...
It probably just wasn't in the picture.
AC in both of them?
Oh, let me ask him about that.
Where are you from, sister? I'm from the Philippines.
Ho Chi Minh, all you can eat? I only have the meat. Is the meat good though? Tipping? What do you mean tipping?
Tipping here.
All you can eat barbecue here in Da Nang. Yeah, but let me guess, it's well over 200,000 a person. Let me look at that place. Remember, man, we usually eat for under 100,000 a person. Anything over 100,000 a person for us is considered expensive. Let me see their menu. Is that rain?
Yeah, I think so.
My God. Yeah, 200,000. Our dinner right now is going to be 200,000 for both of us. So that's just crazy. Can you guys hear the rain? Listen to the rain. The super chat, yeah, they take out like 30%. That's why it's technically better if people send me a tip on Buy Me a Coffee or on my PayPal. But obviously I don't mind if people send me a tip here. It just, YouTube takes too much. Don't what? 200K, yeah, man, that's too much for us. Plus, I'm actually looking at that place up right now. See, a lot of this stuff I'm not a fan of. So I don't know if this is what you get, but I'm not a fan of ribs. I'm not a fan of seafood. So that's another hard part about these Asian buffets is like they want to give you seafood. They want to give you like pork belly, like all that stuff I'm not into. I don't know about from Ho Chi Minh to Da Nang, but I really, really like the train that goes from, it's called Viet Railways, and I like it. It goes from here to Hue and here to Wien Yan, which was about 5 hours. I think it's the same train that will go all the way down there, but I've never been that far. Man, I think it's just pouring, guys. Can you guys hear that? Listen to that. That's just freaking pouring.
I bet you can't even see the raindrops.
Fluffy, they want 8.5 million for the Aria Grand place. We just ate. You missed it.
Yeah, we just had burgers for dinner.
It's so funny. We always get people that come in right as soon as we finish.
Yeah.
We just ate, but we're probably gonna have to stay in here for a while because the rain is pouring. Dinner will be 210,000. This is one of our more expensive places. It should be 210, which is $8.27. So about almost basically $4 a person. Huge amount of fries and a double burger. Buffet Nuong Chow. Let me take a look at that one. That's a little over our budget, but still that would be, if they have everything like that I would like, then that might be like a one-time thing. But let me take a look at that. Buffet Nuong Chow.
Yeah, we are. We're at Bikini Bottom.
Gang. I don't see that one.
Where?
I'm trying to look it up on Google Maps, but I don't see it. Did I spell it wrong or something? I'm trying to see their menu. I don't see it. Maybe that's wrong name. Yeah, well, this is Bikini Bottoms. Yeah, the thing that sucks is we came down here because we were going to go to Moon Milk to go get a couple of groceries, and we're only 1 block from Moon Milk, but now it sucks if it rains because we need to get bread and some eggs, but it's raining. I can't find that buffet place. Oh, let me take a look at that. No, he's not. He's lying. What's up, Leo? Let me see.
Freeload?
What is the name of the
freeload?
place?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm a freeloader.
Chow? Oh no, Chew. Oops. Chew. Chew. Bayo barbecue? Oh, no. I think, Tim, try to give me that name again because I cannot find it. When I put that in, it shows up like it's like 300 miles away. So I cannot find that place that you're talking about. No, this place is only like a 6-minute walk. We're in this neighborhood. Maybe it's 7 or 8 minutes. It's definitely under 8 minutes.
Leo, you're back. Leo's back.
Tim, so try to give me that name again. I was trying to look it up. I looked it up under... Oh. It's in Saigon? Oh, yeah. No, I'm in Da Nang. I thought you were talking about out here. Yeah. I couldn't find it nowhere. There's no such thing as a cheap buffet out here. That's why I don't even look at... I don't even look at buffets here. Too expensive. There's a Brazilian buffet across the street. I just hope it stops raining so we can go to Moon Milk. I don't even care if we have to take a ride back, but I just hope that we can go get our... Because I don't want to go make a whole nother trip or wait another day.
We can cross. It's like we can pass by the... Should we get the bill?
Hold on.
OG. Bring back the OGs. We're missing SP. SP hasn't been around. Coconut Man is OG.
What did you say? I missed a whole bunch of messages. Let me scroll back. I was responding to an agent. Everything is so walkable. The OG Leo. It's the cheapest I've ever seen. Just don't like the buffets or barbecues. I sort of feel like must do justice to spend the next few days. Dessert? Oh, man, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think we'll get a dessert here, but I think maybe we're hoping that we'll go to Moon Milk. We're hoping that this rain will stop. I don't even know if they have desserts here. Do they have desserts here?
Milkshake?
Yeah, I think they just have like milkshakes. I don't know what they...
Yeah, I think they...
Let's take a look at the menu. We might not get it here, but we'll take a look at the menu. The two things that we do definitely want to try when we come here next time, we're going to try the sauteed beef. Let me check. I'm sure yeah. Yep, I sure did. I appreciate it. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thumbs up, I appreciate it.
Lava cake.
Oh, a lava cake.
Cookie cream. Rocky cookie.
Even if not, if it stops raining, we can grab a dessert if we walk back. Cookies and cream. Rocky cookie. Ooh. Some of these look kind of good. Cookies and cream.
But it's like just the price of a burger.
That's a cookie served with whipped cream. What's Rocky cookie? One's a cake. Those look interesting. I just hate that they never have pictures on the stuff here. If you guys look.
Oh, I think they do have a photo with the picture.
I think Tim is the... No. Jason is the one... This is the one I was talking to you about earlier, Jason. Oh, I got freaking ketchup all over. The sauteed beef. This is what he gets. I was thinking about getting that, but I couldn't see a picture of it. I am going to be taking the cookie and cream is killer. Cookie and cream? I am taking the bus. I'm taking the bus on my visa run. I went to the visa agency today. What did he say? The cookie and cream?
Yeah. What did it say? Cookie and...
But you know what? I forgot we still have the apple pies that we still haven't cooked. You know what we have, guys? We keep pushing it off. Remember how I told you we made the spring rolls? We made apple pie filling spring rolls, and I made that caramel yesterday. I still haven't opened it up yet. I wanted to show you guys.
Buy
We could buy some ice
vanilla
cream.
ice cream for that.
Yeah, we can get some ice cream if we
That's
can
what
make
we're
it.
gonna-
If we can make it to freaking Moon Milk without getting blown away, what we'll do, we'll probably do a stream. We'll continue on the stream. We will make 1 or 2 of those apple spring roll, apple pie filling, and we'll buy some ice cream at Moon Milk. And we'll open up that caramel. You guys will be jealous of that one.
How many are we cooking? 3?
15.
We only have 6.
What's the latest on your visa? My visa, so I technically got a new visa. Oh, I technically paid for a new visa run. So for sure, I will be in Da Nang after January 1st. We just don't know how long that's gonna last. But I have to get a visa no matter what. Even if I take a China job, China won't be hiring me until late January or February. No one could see it. It's too blurry. See, I told you that's Fluffy. That's Fluffy. See? That's if she ever gets hit by a car, they know her name. So yeah, no matter what, I had to get a new visa, but we will be doing that. I just paid for it today. And actually I had a good long conversation with the owner, Duck. We had a really good conversation about all kinds of different stuff. And he wants me to do another video when I do the visa run. I told him I'm gonna do a live stream, and he didn't say nothing about it, so obviously live streams while we're on the bus is no big deal. But I will do an updated visa run video also for YouTube. But once again, I appreciate it, Kim. We're gonna buy some ice cream with that over at Moon Milk. And then we're gonna make some awesome apple pies.
Philippine is at this.
No,
Philip is.
I've never heard of anything.
Ooh, thank you for the hearts. Okay, I think it's the rain is.
If you stay till mid-February, I may fly to Da Nang from Bangkok. Very nice.
SP is working hard because he said he's coming here to visit in January.
January.
Yeah.
A lot of people are supposedly coming in January. I'm not sure. My visa will definitely be valid from January till March, but I don't know if I will technically stay that whole time. We will have to see, but my visa will definitely be valid for that whole time. I guess we can get Bill.
How long are you staying here, Leo?
Yeah, I will definitely be here after. I'm gonna probably guarantee that I will be here in the month of January. After January, I'm not sure because they will be hiring teachers like at the middle to late end of January. So I will definitely probably be in Da Nang through the month of January. Not sure after that, but I'm 95% sure that I will be here the whole month of January.
Wow, Leo.
Yeah, so maybe that's what my visa will be, December 28th to March 27th.
So everyone's staying for Christmas and New Year?
Yeah, I don't really see too many people coming in December. I haven't got any in-person services this month since it started. I do have 2 consultations Saturday, video consultations. I recommend if you guys want a video conference, if you guys are coming in the next 45 to 60 days to Da Nang, you guys can go on my YouTube page and book a free 30-minute consultation if you guys are coming here in the next 45 days.
Gonna make it 3 years.
The commitment would be almost all schools are 1 year. I don't think there's no 6 months or anything, so it'd be 1 year. But for me, it doesn't make sense to only stay there for 1 year because I would be saving about 30,000 US dollars per year. So for me, I would like to stay there for 3 years and put away 90 plus thousand dollars in savings, if not more, and then leave China. So if I go there, it's probably a 3 year or so commitment, even though they're 1 year contracts at each time. But I've heard a lot of people were supposed to come in November and December and they didn't, or at least they didn't contact me. China, so I have 4 cities that I would like to go to in China. In no specific order: Shenzhen, Chengdu, Guangzhou, and Hangzhou.
What would make you stay? Earning 1,500.
What would minimum? So the minimum to make me stay would I would have to at least break even on my bills. I don't even care if I don't make any money for the short time, but as long as I could just pay my bills, which roughly are about 750-ish, I'm making about 40% of that, maybe 50%. So I'm basically making half of what I put out. If I could just break even, I'm willing to stay here for a short time and just keep breaking even, so I'm not putting any money out and just breaking even. Then I would just keep riding that wave until it either jumps up drastically or till it doesn't work, and then I have to go figure out another thing. It would be great if I could start breaking even and maybe get all the way till August, which would be the next China season, teaching season. And then either at that point, I would say, hey, I've just been breaking even for 8 months. It's not going to go anywhere. Or maybe 8 months from now, maybe my channel will be making double or 3 times that. But it would be nice to just break even so I'm not putting out any money and just keep riding that wave for a few months.
How much is it?
I'm guessing 290, and 90 is 180 and 29. So 209? It's either 209 or 219. Huh? How much?
You guys want to guess?
So for me, I'm making with my in-person service and with, just on YouTube. The first 2 months I made a little over $300. This past month I only made about 270. So that was the lowest month that I made. But my in-person services I did 2. So 2 in-person services, and my YouTube got me almost $500 on my highest month. 207, it's actually cheaper. That's weird. I wonder how it was cheaper. Last time it was 209. How much is it?
207.
207, guys. So if you guys want to know the exact, I guess 209. Yeah, so $8.20. So basically $4.20 for each of us. Panhandled? Nah, I'm not a person to ask for money. I'd rather figure out something. Honestly, guys, going to China would be the most amazing financial move I've ever made. China would be amazingly awesome for me. It would be not the most money I've ever made, but it would be the most money I've ever saved. So China would be great financially for me, but I do love my channel. Where the hell did I put my money? Maybe you have to pay. What did I do with my money, Fluffy? 200. Fluffy, do you have 3?
Yeah.
We'll just give them exact change. I have 206. But China would be awesome for me money-wise. But I would, honestly, guys, I'd rather make $1,000 doing my own channel and living my own life than to go make 4,000 a month and working for someone else. So for me, it's not technically the money, but at a certain point, I do need to be able to make money.
Are we leaving?
Did we pay? Yes. Let me log out. Is it raining?
Not that strong.
All right. So that would be kind of a tougher issue. We have looked into the part about maybe getting her a teaching visa, which, thank you, come on, which Philippines technically can get. They do get paid a lot less, and it's a little bit harder, but it will be a little bit of an issue. Huh? The backup plan would be getting her an educational visa, which allows her to stay in the country. She would have to like take something kind of similar to like Thailand, like learning a language. So she would have to like learn Chinese or do something like that, which is kind of another option, but I would have to pay for that. So that would be another expense. But that is kind of the stuff that we weigh out the pros and cons of each situation. I mean, no matter what, China, even if they charge me extra money, I mean, so put it this way, guys. I spend the least amount of money that I do in Da Nang, right? But even if I go to China, I'm technically going to spend less money in China because not only do they give me 4,000 a month pay, but they give me a free apartment. So I will not be paying rent, and I will be saving 80% of that money. The only money that I'll be spending is going to be on food, entertainment, and transportation. So technically, I'll probably be living cheaper in China than I would in Da Nang because of the simple fact I will not have rent, which rent here is $550. So that means that I have a whole extra $550 of leeway in China just to break even of spending bills in China compared to here. Yeah, I know. I'm trying whatever it takes to stay, man. I mean, maybe December will be a great month for me. I'm hoping. So that's the big thing. We're about 340 people away from hitting 3K. So maybe by the end of this month, maybe we'll hit 3K, and then maybe one of these videos will go big, and maybe I'll start making more money. Maybe the in-person service will take off. I only had 2 in-person services last month. Now maybe so honestly, pancakes. Look,
This is fluffy pancakes.
fluffy pancakes. So actually, if I get 4 in-person services a month, which is like 1 a week, I would basically be breaking even of my bills. So it's not unrealistic. But last month I had 2. So basically if I got 4, I would almost be breaking even on my bills. So we can kind of hope that maybe the in-person service starts picking up. And maybe my YouTube revenue starts picking up also on top of that. And then I still really haven't had a video go viral. So maybe one day one of these videos will go viral and maybe start taking me off. Give me a second. Hey there, Phil. Those pancakes are nice. Never had them. I've never even seen that place. This is the Moon Milk we don't really go to. Just finished my live from the juice bar. See, this is the bread I keep telling you guys to get. I love this ciabatta bread. Even though I'm trying to stay away from bread as much as I can, that bread is good. We need some bread. Yeah, that's fine. Make sure it doesn't give us the horrible piece. They always, see, I told you guys, look, they try to scam that little heel piece in there. Always look on the back, because there's been a couple times where I didn't look and I got that piece. We needed that, and we need some eggs. Okay. We need some eggs. Well, they have ice cream. We're gonna get some ice cream. Yeah. So I think that's the place. We'll take a look at the menu when we go out. I think it's this way to the left, right? We'll take a look at the menu.
That's 50 off, but it's still green.
It's 50 off.
Yeah.
Those are the green horn peppers. Oh, I don't have any peppers, huh?
Yeah.
Do they not have any other peppers? That's all they have? That's the only peppers they have is these ones? Oh, they do have these.
Do you want that?
Let's ask how much this ones are. If it's a big difference, I'll get the green, but if it's just a small difference, I'll get the red.
You can ask it.
What? What? Then you can pay. If I ask, you pay.
For the 50%. Look at that beer size. What size is that?
You just walk through the restaurant. You're gonna go to China. I like the nabi slice. Oh my god, I don't know anyone that likes that heel piece. That's why everyone when they open up the bread, everyone when you open up the bread, you know when you get that first piece when you open up the piece of bread with the tie, and then that first piece is there, everybody skips that piece and gets the regular piece. So then at the end of your bread, you have two hill pieces.
Like that size.
Wow. We need eggs too.
Egg butter.
Egg butter. What is egg butter? Oh, we need eggnog. We're gonna do a Christmas stream. We should kind of plan it out a little bit in advance because I'm going to. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make. Hopefully, I'm gonna try to make my Christmas apple cider. I'm hoping that maybe we can find some apple cider out here. If you,
have apple cider.
they do. Not apple cider vinegar. Apple cider.
Apple cider.
So how I make it is I get apple cider, I put it in the crock pot, cut up a few lemon slices, put in a couple cinnamon sticks, and then you heat it up and it's awesome. It's one of my favorite holiday drinks.
This is the one you put in the curry.
How much is that?
Ooh, they have this now.
What is that?
It's like marinade for turkey.
So we're gonna get this, we're gonna get some eggs, we got bread. I think that's all we...
Some curry, but it's 110.
But remember, that's not the same color. The other one, yours was green.
It's yellow curry.
I thought it was green. Crust, man, you guys are crazy. You guys are some madmen. Oh, look, this is what we got at Vinmart. We got two Basilico, 125,000.
We got it for 55 for two.
Was it that cheap?
Yeah, 55 for two.
Or was it 55 each?
55 for two.
Wow, so I guess we got a good deal. We got two of these for 55. That's what we're gonna make our homemade pizzas with. Tons of single ladies over there. I'd have the crust any day. Yep, this is my girlfriend. Depends on her attitude. Maybe it won't be. Caraway ground. What is caraway?
Turmeric.
It's called turmeric, not there. Look at this. They got Kraft macaroni and cheese out here. I'm not talking about drinking cider. I'm talking about apple cider juice. Non-alcoholic. In USA, it's very easy to find, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find the apple cider juice out here. I mean, I guess technically I can resort to apple juice, but I would like to get real apple cider.
They do. Where's the drinks area?
Where's the drinks area?
I think they would have them.
No deals. That Moon Milk here never has the specials. That's why I always recommend going to the other one.
People who buy.
Yeah, this is the tour. So this is where Philip would stay. This is why I tell him, like, you never see deals here because all the people come into this one. That's why I don't really care for this one. Not that many good deals. They don't have all the same products. This one I'll go to in a pinch. The best thing about this one is it stays open till 12, but everything else is not as good as the other Moon Milk. I don't know why she keeps wandering around. We just need eggs. Make sure there's no cracks. And I didn't see... Oh, and ice cream.
Oh, done.
We're gonna get some ice cream. La Trang.
No cracks.
No cracks. If there was cracks in those, I'd crack your head.
I crack your head. What ice cream are we gonna get?
I'm just a regular vanilla guy.
Vanilla guy? Rum raisin.
They didn't even spell rum right.
It's spelled right. Pistachio.
What are you gonna get?
I don't know, I'm trying to...
Yeah, I was watching, you know, when I was younger, I used to just watch infomercials, and I don't know why I was watching them. Maybe I was too lazy to change the channel or something, but they were talking about how, like, the science behind turmeric and black pepper, like, for some reason you need to mix black pepper with turmeric to open up this one antioxidant or something like that. It was something crazy like that. And ever since then, I've always remembered that. Whenever people talk about turmeric, I always think about black pepper. Number of supermarkets, okay, but we don't really get out to the bigger supermarkets. They're too far. This is our grocery store that we go to 99% of the time. But I don't think they sell apple cider vinegar here. Eggs are 30,000 here. Just a couple of months ago, they were only 23,000.
This is the only vanilla chocolate they have.
They don't have any other vanilla?
This one, vanilla.
I just want regular vanilla. No vanilla? Maybe we...
have rum raisin. Oh, downstairs maybe.
Yeah, maybe at Q Market. Maybe at Q Market they have? We're gonna go check out Q Market. They just don't even have a regular vanilla. I'm not a big chocolate ice cream guy.
Is this the only things we need?
Shoot, we have 4 24-hour markets here. Right underneath us, right under our building is a Q Market. Q Market's 24 hours. Then the Friendship Market is 24 hours. Then the Family Mart is 24 hours. And then the one to the side of us is 24 hours. So we literally have 4 24-hour stores. Actually, you know what? Fluffy, how much was the eggs at the local market?
Local market?
Yeah.
Same here.
Same. See? That's what I'm telling you guys. Like, you guys think that the street markets are cheaper, but they're not. We've practically found all the cheapest, like I said, I sniff out cheap prices. We went to the local market, and she was getting the eggs for the same price.
It used to be just like 25 for...
It used to be like 3,000 or 4,000 cheaper, which is not much at all. But now they're the same price. Like Moon Milk, honestly, Moon Milk has the best price on eggs. Because just the other day when we did the live stream, remember we went to the Korean Mart, same brand of eggs, same everything as the eggs. They were charging 43,000 for the eggs. Here they're 30, and just a couple of months ago they were 23,000. Yeah, it's weird.
How much is this?
You are right, Mitzi. Like, it's shocking. Like, no matter almost where you go, the food prices are still the same. Like you guys just seen me do the live stream earlier today, and when I was on the other side of town, the same food is the same price. Like, it's crazy. You would think away from the beach would be cheaper, but it's honestly not.
Same?
Yeah, same.
Same too.
Let's
How
see.
much is that?
I like the red ones better, but we'll see.
54 1 kilo. 69 1 kilo.
But so this one's probably gonna be cheaper.
This is
Four.
4. 4?
4 yes.
But how much is this one gonna be?
How much is this?
I think that one's gonna be actually cheaper because that's 69,000, but it's 50%
This
off.
is just 4,000.
This is probably gonna be like,
7 less
7.
divided by 3.
okay. I get the red ones. Only red.
No, this one.
No, that one.
No? Yeah. Discount 50%.
But it's more expensive. I like these ones, the red ones, better. What if you gave them a discount?
47.
Come on. So if you don't want to see. Come on. Thank you.
Have a good night. Hello.
We're gonna take a look. We're gonna go to the place. Where was that restaurant? Remember, Kim was mentioning it right here. She said it's right. We just passed it. Remember the no, not the plant though. The Hoi An rice or whatever it's called. Oh yeah. Let's take a look at the menu here. Let's take a look at the menu. So honestly, Moon Milk is the cheapest place we went to. And then the fact is, like you just seen, they have 50% off sales. I've never went to a grocery store, like a big market, and they've never had a 50% off sale. So let's see. Wow, the rice, is this the place? Com Pho Hanoi, yeah. But look, man, they have the, I don't know, maybe this one's huge or something. But we usually get this from anywhere from 25 to 55. But this one is 100K. That's kind of expensive. We get this at our pork chop place, which we're probably gonna go to tomorrow, for 55K. This is what I get from the local. Where's Fluffy? Fluffy. Yeah, that's the weird thing I've noticed also. Vietnam's prices, no matter where you go, are practically the same price. It's kind of weird. I don't understand why that is. I would love to know why. Fluffy, isn't that that's what I get from
Yeah.
100K. And then isn't
It
this
comes with the drink.
the drink I bring my own? But that means the drink's like 50,000.
Yeah, but maybe they have it here.
What about this? This is what I get from the local place, right?
Yeah.
And I get mine
That
for
comes
80.
with the drink. Maybe they have it here, no drink.
Do they have it no drink? Let's see what I think
It all
it's
comes with the drink. This one.
the drink. They're really jacking the price up of the drink because, like I said, I get this from our pork chop place for 55, and I get this one from the local place for 65.
No, they don't have it. It's like a combo.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get you on that.
Maybe it's not this place. Maybe the other
No,
one.
it said something about Hanoi. So I know it has Hanoi in
This
it.
one also has Vietnamese tradition.
So the only thing that I notice, yeah, we get this Fluffy. Fluffy, how much is this at the pork chop place? 55? No.
70?
55. It's 55 and then I add an egg. It's 55 that we get this one from. At the local place, you know, when I get that huge portion, this one's 65. Now you do get a drink with this, guys, but that means that the drink, they're charging like 45 for that. But I did notice, like, you can't just buy that without the drink, so I think they're upcharging you on the drink. I think that's what it is. Actually, we're gonna probably go to that pork chop place. Best pork chop I've ever had, at least in Asia. We'll probably go there tomorrow.
This one. It's also a Vietnamese place.
But the place is called something Hanoi. We already ate. We had burgers tonight.
Who's that, JV?
No, that's Givers. Givers, you forget, man. I'm a budget guy. I need to find value. I'd be laying in a gutter dead somewhere if I just said like, oh, you know what, screw it. I don't care how much money it is. The only thing that keeps me traveling and keeps me being able to live good is my ability to find outstanding value and great deals. If I was just like a person who's like, oh, screw it, I don't care, it costs this, or I'd be dead. I'd be broke 10, 15 years ago. I know this is one of the most This is the street that Philip wants to. Actually, Philip wants to stay. Where's it at? Philip. His place is right there. AOA. And that's what I kept telling Philip. I'm like, man, you're picking the wrong street. Go over like 4 blocks. Like he's not only is going to be hit by all this music, but then he's going to be around all the drunks. He's going to be around all the people that are going to just keep hassling him about buying stuff. And then everyone's going to think he's a tourist, so they're just going to keep hammering him, just pestering him. I'd love to come down to this area for dinner, but you guys see, I live that far away for getting away from here. It's not 10 cents, it's like double. So you seen that pork chop was 100,000? I go buy it for 50. So imagine saving 50% on every time you buy something. It's huge savings, huge savings. Come on. Cost in life is important to consider. I think maybe if I stay in Vietnam through 2025, I will probably try out Nha Trang. I know what I'm going to say, but I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to say, Nha Trang's not bad, but it's more expensive and it's not really my style. But we'll see. We'll see if I stay here for longer. Everybody that I heard, every single 99.9% of people that have been to both have told me, oh, I like Da Nang better. Nha Trang is a little more expensive. It does have a nice, this is what they always say, it is more expensive, but it does have a nice beach, and they have some really nice clubs, and you know, they have some good parties and stuff like that. And I'm like, that's irrelevant to me. I don't drink or party. And they go, oh yeah, then Da Nang is where you want to be. I say, that's what I hear from everybody. And they say, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it rained pretty good. When we were in the burger place, man, the freaking rain was just freaking pouring. Good thing it let off. 7.5 with balcony and pool. Shoot, I could beat that at, we're going to go take a look at a place tomorrow. They want 8 million, and it's a 2-bedroom. 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 8 million a month. So I'm going to try to get it down to 7.5, and it's a little bit out of the area that I want, but it's such a great deal. But I don't want to pay 8 million for that area, so I'm gonna go look at it. I'm gonna give it a chance. That might be a possibility, Tim. I was thinking that too. We can go buy a whole bunch of apples, and then I guess I would have to learn how to make apple cider, but I got time. Less traffic too. Less traffic? Not traffic. I mean, to me, I don't really care about the traffic. I mean, no one really complains about the traffic here in Da Nang. Now, they will say that the drivers are crazy, but we don't ever have traffic jams. Fluffy, do we have traffic jams here?
No.
Yeah, we don't have traffic jams.
Even if you go late for your airport, like you go to the airport, you're like for 2 hours, you would still be able to go to the airport for 15 minutes.
Yes, 15. Yeah, 15. Yeah, but see, I think you value the stuff that's too cheap. I value the space. To me, space is worth a lot more than toilet paper, which is like I said, our landlord gave us freaking 8 huge rolls of toilet paper for free. Like, for me, I'd rather have a bigger place than, like, if my landlord said, hey, we'll cut the size of your place down or I'll give you 8 free rolls of toilet paper, I'd say, give me the space. We're on 1 block radius. So technically I am staying in Da Nang 2025. Probably for at least minimum January, through the month of January. I can't guarantee anything after January though. But I should be here at least the full month, I'm guessing, of January. So that's probably 99%. Unless something changes drastically, but I should be here the whole month of January. I'd flag that guy. Yeah, I'm sure. I'll probably watch a YouTube video. I would just like to kind of, in the USA, you could even freaking go to the dollar store and buy some apple cider, or go to a Safeway and buy an apple cider for $2, which would be a lot easier. But we'll see if we can find it.
Stinks.
Who uses a? I don't know. Well, it was in a huge pack, and they just brought it over. She didn't even ask or nothing. We haven't even cracked into it yet.
So what?
The toilet paper.
Yeah.
She brought that over. She gave us a new blanket. Like, our landlord is pretty good. She brought us some soap. Oh no, she didn't. You weren't here, but she brought me a lot of soap when you were gone. A big bottle of it. That's why it's so hard for me to leave this apartment. We don't have no security deposit. We have a month-to-month lease. Like if I literally want to move out before the 12th, I just move out. I'll just tell her, hey, I'm leaving. Or if I stay here, like probably the 10th or the 11th, I'll just say, hey, can we stay another month? Can you come pick up the rent? And then she'll say, yeah, okay. So I haven't even decided if I'm going to stay, but I don't worry about a lease or nothing. One place?
Maybe we buy ice cream.
Oh yeah, we can check in here. Look at how festive it is. Look how festive. They even sell freaking luggage in here. Xin chào.
Cheese yogurt.
Cheese yogurt. No, combine this. A month-to-month lease with no security deposit. Tell me where you guys can find that. I guarantee you even locals don't get that. I don't know what that is.
I can just get this.
What are you gonna get? Yeah, no security deposit and a month-to-month lease.
This is something that we'll put in the...
I'm just gonna put mine on top of my pie.
Yeah.
Why don't we get one and one? You get whatever flavor you want. Oh, if you want to get, I'm just gonna get vanilla. But whatever one you want.
No, because I'm gonna put something on my
On what?
ice.
Yeah, so am I. Unless,
What's the snow ice?
do they have that at the Q Market?
Yeah, they do.
Maybe we should look and see do they have anything better?
None.
None.
I think this is the...
We'll get this, but next time we'll go out. We'll still use that tip for our next time we go out for a dessert.
Maybe Kim gave us a...
She did.
She did?
Yes.
Really?
But we'll use that tip next time we go out. We'll announce it when we use it, because this is just a little ice cream that we'll just split this and put this with our other dessert that we have to make because we made it a few days ago.
Buying one for the dessert?
Yeah.
Just one of them?
No, two. You get whatever one you want, and we'll use this one.
I don't know if I want...
Yeah, we'll use it next time because we're gonna make dessert tonight. I've been telling her to put these apple spring rolls in the freezer, and she hasn't. So we need to use that. But probably tomorrow or the next day, we'll get some dessert. We'll do a special dessert when we use it. Because we have the caramel that I made last night.
Rum raisin. This is too big for the rum raisin, but... I made homemade caramel that I still got to open up. I'll show you guys that one. And then we'll make a couple of those little small apple pie spring rolls. Those have been in the refrigerator for like 2 days now. So we'll make that tonight while we finish up the live stream. I appreciate it. I still like to show you guys where the stuff goes to. Oh yeah, see Fluffy? This one's bigger. No, that's the same size.
You guys have ever had this?
That's the same size. You want
Everyone
to
says
try
this
it?
is so good.
Let's try it.
You want to try that? I thought they had bigger one.
That's really the size of it. It's like just 6,000 or
I guess we try that. We've never tried that, but so many people want us to try it. Well, so many people we've seen wanted us to try that. Wow. Good job. Oh, puppy spoon.
Bên này cuối cùng bên phải ạ.
What is? That? Come on. But how much was it at the other place? Come on.
Không có ạ.
One liter of vanilla ice cream in England is 30K. Don't forget, that's Dairy Will. Yeah, I know. That's why we paid, look at, for that little thing, we paid the same as we get the caramel ice blend that you guys seen me drink last night. That's how crazy. So this ice cream, this tiny little ice cream with the cone is the same price as the caramel ice blend that we had last night. So that, is the ice cream here expensive, or is that caramel ice blend a great deal? Ooh, watch the water. I have my wallet. I have my phone. I always double check. Make sure you guys always check your stuff when you leave. There's nothing worse than losing stuff. I always check phone, wallet, and keys. So you guys always want to check stuff. There's our Christmas tree. My Wi-Fi is repeating. I don't even have my Wi-Fi on. And my battery's not low. I got 66%. Let's go, Fluffy. Try to hit it. Try to hit it. That's crazy. Yeah, dairy is just always so expensive out here. I know the first thing, not the first thing, but I know a big thing. If and when I ever get back to the USA, I'm just gonna buy so much dairy stuff. And I'm gonna say, oh, I missed you guys. Not only the taste and the flavor, but the price. You know somebody.
She's staying in the Philippines for 2 years, and the first thing she got when
Is what?
she the first thing she got when she went back to the US is raspberry and all the berries.
Berries?
Yeah.
They have lots of different fruits out here.
No, but berries are very expensive.
Yeah. But at least you have a alternative. You don't really have an alternative to cheese or cheap dairy. There's no alternatives. You can get cheese, but it's the most unflavorful cheese I've had. I mean, even Walmart brand cheese in the USA is way more flavorful than here. Like
Oh, but how can you substitute raspberry? There's no substitute for
Yeah.
raspberry.
Because to me, fruit is fruit. As long as it has a sweet flavor to it, then it's fine. But you can't substitute cheese. No, well, I can't tell you how much ice is in it, but whenever at that place, you never taste, Fluffy, we never taste ice in that drink, in the caramel ice blend. You know, like some of those drinks have lots of ice, but that one doesn't.
It's well blended.
Yeah, if it has a lot of ice, it's amazingly great because it literally tastes like a milkshake. It tastes more like a milkshake than a lot of milkshakes I've ever had in the USA. It's awesome. And then they give you a thick, huge topping at the top of the cream cheese. The cream cheese is the best cream cheese I've ever had in my life. It tastes like it's freaking homemade, and it's just a hint salty, and it tastes extra good. Let me show you guys what we're gonna make.
It's not there. Put it in there.
Where is it? Oh, you put it in the freezer. Where is it? Which one? So we made these. These are apple pie filling spring rolls. We will make that. And look, guys, I'm gonna show you guys. Let me wash my hands first. But this is gonna be our awesome, amazing caramel that I made last night. So let me wash my hands really quick. Let me take off my jacket, my rain jacket.
Are we tasting this?
Tasting what?
The chocolate.
The what?
The one you bought. That was just, I swear that's just 6,000 at Moon Milk.
Yeah, moon milk. That's a Korean targeted. You see busloads of people getting out. So you know they say, oh, all the Koreans come here? 5 times more. They're not gonna go somewhere else. Pork chops. I'm not big on pork chops, but I have there's one restaurant that I really, really like the pork chops from. It's like the only place that I get pork chops, actually. I've only had pork chops at 2 places here. But the pork chop that I get from this restaurant is the best. It's the best pork chop I've ever had.
Did you thank Kim?
Yes. Where is our container
What can you?
for the caramel?
On top, on top, on top.
On top. This one? This is what we use for it now? Let's see. I used to use the square one.
It's with your...
Here we go, guys. Let me show you guys this. You guys are gonna love this. This is homemade. 1 ingredient, cheapest, best, most flavorful caramel you've ever seen. Now watch, let me open this up for you guys. I even know how to use one of these rusted. This was brand new. We bought this brand new, and I guess I left it in the sink. And apparently it's not stainless steel. Because this was brand new. We bought this from Moon Milk just a couple of months ago, but you guys can tell that it's not stainless steel now. But I've learned how to use one of these. Look at how quick I can do this now. I'm like freaking talented at this. Look. Now that I'm under pressure, it's gonna not work as good, but when I'm under pressure, it freaking doesn't work. But here it goes. Why isn't it working? Stage fright. Eek.
Ice with a bit of condensed milk.
I'm not big into coffee. You guys actually seen me drink not drink, but
You need one from America.
yeah, I need a real freaking can opener. These are
It's
the
like
weird
going
ones.
back to the 80s techno.
I grew up in the 80s. I didn't even see one of these in the 80s. You guys ready? Look at this awesome, amazing caramel. Now look at this. It's actually darker. Let me turn off the light because it makes it look too bright. But look at that. I need a spoon, Fluffy. Do we have a spoon over there?
Basket, man. In front of you, man.
This is the best caramel, you guys. Why? Oh, this is a different brand, guys. So I bought a different brand last night, so it's not as dark and it's not as thick. So at least now I know that the brand that we originally buy is much, much better. So I won't make that mistake. I will spend the extra $3,000 the next time I make caramel, because this should be a good amount darker. But I did buy this from Vinmart last night, and it's not as good. I'm not sure how it tastes, but we'll taste this in a second. But I made the mistake. I should have get the regular brand that I got. I tried to be cheap-ish, even though it was only like 3,000 cheaper. But I learned a valuable lesson. Some stuff I don't go cheap on, and I learned a lesson on this one. Time to join the military. I'm too old for the military. You should have used an axe. But see, this one is not as thick. Our other one is usually darker and thicker. But you guys can see, it still is perfectly fine. This was condensed milk last night, guys. So it's just one ingredient caramel. You literally don't open the can. You toss this in a big pot full of water all the way up to the top. I usually lay the can down and you boil it for 3 hours. And then when it's done, do not open up the can. Just let it cool down. I let it basically sit in the pan overnight. And then when I woke up, I put this in the refrigerator. And you guys just seen it. I just opened it now. Let me try a little piece. Actually, it's not bad. Actually, I didn't see the brand. I didn't see the brand there. So that's actually the real reason why I didn't buy it. I forgot the name of the brand. It shows like an old man on it. And I couldn't find that. They don't sell that at Winmart. So everybody raves about Winmart. Winmart is not as good to me as Moon Milk. But remember, I bought that yesterday when we were at the cafe. And I went across the street to the Winmart. I'm not a big fan of Winmart, actually. I don't drink coffee, so what I'm going to do is... Fluffy, are you going to make some of those?
What? Yeah. You want it now?
It's going to take a few minutes to cook. We're going to make some of these apple pie spring rolls. We'll see how good they are, and then we're going to put a little bit of this caramel sauce on them. Rinse this out. So we'll put this in the refrigerator until it's ready. But this is 80 cents for the greatest, easiest, simplest one ingredient caramel sauce that you guys have ever had. Best sauce ever, guaranteed. Best caramel sauce you guys have ever had. Nothing better. That one is not as dark, so I did, like I said, I got the different brand, a brand I never tried. But man, what is the name of that brand of that other stuff that we buy? I will look up the can and I'll show it to you. But if you get like the Nestle or whatever one, those ones will always be good. But that one's a little bit lighter in color. I'll show you guys the brand that I get. It tastes awesome though. That is a good question. Fluffy, how much are you going to miss Moon Milk if we leave?
I don't know. But we always get to find a good
Deal.
deal. Like, I miss 7-Eleven more than Moon Milk. 'Cause
Whoa.
7-Eleven
Well, no. Let's say that better. You miss and I miss Bangkok 7-Eleven, not Philippines 7-Eleven. So, yeah, I would compare. So, Moon Milk is like the Vietnam's version of Bangkok's 7-Eleven. I put them on the same level. But nothing beats Bangkok 7-Eleven. Moon Milk is right there, though. Bonet, no, so Bonet will be... Actually, I never had Bonet till just like a couple months ago. But Bonet, I think, is kind of common throughout the whole country. But you guys got to be clear. So all 7-Elevens are not equal. We went to a lot of 7-Elevens in the Philippines, and the Philippine 7-Elevens are nowhere on the level as Bangkok's. I've also went to 7-Elevens in South Korea, nowhere on the level of Bangkok. Bangkok 7-Eleven is unbeatable. So you have to say Bangkok 7-Eleven, but don't just say 7-Eleven, because the only thing that they sell halfway decent, now I'm talking about the prepared foods or whatever, at the Philippines 7-Eleven is you get fried rice, not fried rice, but you get fried chicken with rice, but they don't have the the fresh meals that you just heat up. They don't have the sandwiches like those grilled cheese. They don't have none of that in the Philippines. Philippines 7-Eleven and South Korea's 7-Eleven don't even come close to competing. But I would put Moon Milk on the same level as Bangkok 7-Eleven. I don't even know which one I would have to get rid of. That no, so that is the one thing. Moon Milk does not have hot meals. Well, let me take it back. They do have meals that you can heat up, but they just don't have a microwave and able to do it like that.
But remember, Fluffy, one in the grocery at Philippines, we got toilet paper was and free Nutella.
Circle K, Vietnam.
It's alright. But
The other thing about Moon Milk is they offer so many discounts. No, I've never seen. I mean, they offer more discounts than USA stores that I find. I mean, it's a hit or miss. There's been times where we got some really, really good discounts that. So one time we got like some really, really good discounts that we just tossed a lot of stuff in the freezer and it's 50% off. But no other stores have we ever seen 50% off on a daily or every other day basis. Plus, not only that, but then they have the cheapest chicken prices that we've seen. They have the cheapest pork prices that we've seen. Everything is at least 99% as cheap as going to a Big C or any other place. Big C might be 2,000 or 3,000 cheaper, but like I said, to get to Big C, it's going to cost you 100,000 round trip. 7-Eleven in the Philippines just had the rice and the chicken. It wasn't that great, but it's terrible if you come from Bangkok and then you go to a 7-Eleven in the Philippines. You're very, very disappointed. Huge, huge disappointment. Because I was looking for what I would get is like the pork fried rice meals or the chicken fried rice meals that you just warm up in Bangkok. And when I went to the Philippines, I was like, where's all these meals? And they didn't exist. They didn't even know what I was talking about. Yeah, they had no clue what I was talking about. And then like they had a little donut section. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Let me buy a donut. And the donuts sucked. But donuts suck 99% of the time in Asia. There's something not right about the dough or something about donuts and kind of pastry overall in Asia. There's just something that's not right about it. Just like the pizza dough.
what's that?
Music. This is from 2 years ago. Where was this? Wow, July 14th, 2023. Wow, 2012, guys. I'm looking back at my memories, like Google Photos ever sends me some memories. This was 2012, guys. Freaking 13 years ago. No CC. I honestly, I hate using credit card. Like I said, Philip, I've used my debit card to pay twice here in Vietnam and Da Nang. Both times I used it, I had fraud charges. So I had to have Bank of America send me out a brand new card from the USA. And then I used my other Charles Schwab card and I had a fraud charge. So I absolutely hate using debit cards here. I go use my ATM to pull out money, enough cash for 1 month, and then I never use anything but cash after that. I think we've had all that. We've had all that, but it's definitely not as cheap as stuff in Bangkok or in Vietnam. There is some stuff that I like in the Philippines. I like the breakfast beef that they eat. I like the spring rolls.
Lumpia.
I like there's a few things that I like that are really good, but on a large scale, it is nowhere near Bangkok or Vietnam's food. Everything that we get in Vietnam, even if we get street food, it's all cooked fresh. It's piping hot. Whereas in the Philippines, they have those aluminum trays and they don't even sit on a flame or nothing. They just have like 50 fried eggs in there, or they'll have like a pound of chicken, and that chicken is not even being warmed up. It's just sitting in there till it sells out. Like in Vietnam, we go to our banh mi place, they crack our egg and cook our egg fresh. They put our meat on the barbecue grill. Like everything is fresh and hot. Yeah, I never like to use my card. I never like to use it because I'm always terrified that either I'll leave my card somewhere or I will get a fraud charge. And you guys don't understand the panic and the stress that it causes having to call back in the USA and say, hey, my card's been compromised or I lost my card. And I go, what do you get out of just swiping your card? There's no great benefit. Now I get it if you're terrified that you're going to be robbed and don't want the cash. But I mean, at that point, if you're so scared of having cash on you, then maybe you're not cut out to be a traveler. But there is absolutely no reason in my mind to be paying for things in a foreign country on a card. All risk, no reward, no reward. I don't have Apple Pay, and even if I had Apple Pay, I probably wouldn't use it. Everyone tells me to use Zallo here, but I don't even have that. Maybe if I had that, maybe I would do the scan, like where you scan the QR codes, maybe. But just as far as swiping your card, no. Every time I pull my card out, that's a higher likelihood that you can drop your card or leave your card, or your card can be fraud charged. So absolutely no reason for me. I don't think we ever went to Circle K.
We did.
We did?
Ho Chi Minh. There's no Circle
I'm talking about in the Philippines, though. In the Philippines, your food is hardly cooked fresh, especially at street places. You definitely can get Zallo app. I'm not sure if you could do the Zallo Pay, but you could definitely download Zallo app. Did you also just use cash? Yes, every single country that I use cash everywhere. But tourists can definitely get Zallo. I just don't know because I think you have to set up like your account to do the pay, like the QR code. And I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think you can do the QR code of Zallo. But you can definitely download the app and use everything besides the QR code. You might be able to use the QR code. I'm not sure, but you definitely can use everything else. But man, we went to 7-Eleven a lot of times in Bangkok. We would go there for lunch a lot. And Fluffy, remember, we would even get, you guys know the microwave meals, like where they have like fried rice. Even sometimes, remember, we would get 50% off. We would get 50%. Our 7-Eleven had 50% off. Yeah, we would get 50% off on our microwave meals. And so this is why we hate not having a kitchen. We stayed in Bangkok for a few months at a hotel. We didn't have a kitchen, so we had to cook popcorn, and my pastries we used an iron. So we put aluminum foil over an iron, and I made grilled cheese like that. We used popcorn like that. But then when you start doing stuff like that, you realize, man, I need a kitchen. You need a kitchen. You need a kitchen. If you're going to be somewhere for a month, you need a kitchen. There's so many instances that you just don't understand where you need a kitchen. You save money with a kitchen. Late at night, you don't have to go out. You don't have to. I don't do Grab. Grab to me is completely backwards. If you're traveling, I like to go out and eat. I like to be out amongst the people. I like to do that. And then on top of that, going out and eating is actually cheaper than paying the Grab fee, the Grab delivery, and the upcharge. That might be a little bit safer. That might be a little bit safer. What I don't recommend people doing, my personal thing, is either sliding your card or doing any of that. If you guys have like the QR code, that might be a little safer. I'm not sure. I've never, even in the USA, I've never had the stuff like that. And it's not the people at the store that steal it. So there's a black market, the underground. Like for instance, so my card, I went to a grocery store here, and like the next day, all of a sudden, so I didn't use that card for 6 months. I didn't use it all the way from February when I landed from USA, and then I used it like in July. So I never used that card in 6 months. And magically, the first time I went to that store, 2 days or a day later, I had a Waffle House $60 charge back in Florida. So it wasn't a fraud charge in Vietnam, which I've been in Vietnam for months at that time. Somebody got my card from online. And the only way that they could have got it is somehow when they process the payments, because you guys forget. So just because you slide a card in Vietnam, that card has a payment processor that goes to another network. And someone basically had to have stolen my information that worked for the company or somehow hacked into the company, because my charge was from Waffle House and it was like 60 bucks. I was like, who the hell spends 60 bucks at Waffle House, first of all? It was in Hollywood, Florida. So that was the only time in like over 6 months that I used that card. And I was in Vietnam and the charge came back from Hollywood, Florida. So even though like you guys think, oh, I tap or I don't hand it to them, it's the payment processor. Once your information is sent online, someone has to process that payment. And if you get these shady people that are in third world countries that are processing your payments, there's no telling that they could take a picture of your stuff or however they do it, but that's how stuff gets hacked. And I say, why deal with it? Because Philip, how hard will it be for you to replace your card? So let's say you were going from where you're at now back to Nha Trang and your card got hacked right now. What would you do? Where would you have them send a card to? There's nothing worse, man. It's terrifying. I didn't have a card for like 6 or 7 days. Luckily, this is how smart. I always think in advance. So they sent me an alert on my phone and it said, please authorize this charge, $60 from Waffle House. And I was like, what the hell? So I was very smart. What I did before, so my bank told me to authorize it or decline it, right? So I was smart. Instead of hitting authorize or decline it, what I did is I went downstairs instantly. I went to the ATM machine and I withdrew $600 in cash so that I knew my card was going to be blocked as soon as I reported that charge as fraud, and then I wasn't going to have access to use that card. So I went downstairs, pulled out 600 in cash, and then as soon as I came back up with the cash, I called my bank and I said, "Hey, wait a second, wait a second. This Hollywood charge is a fraud." And they said, "Okay, sir, we got to block your card. It's going to take 6 days or 4 days, whatever they said. You will not have any more access to your card for that." So I was kind of smart that I kind of thought ahead. They steal your credit card and sell. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So, like people that say like, "Oh, I just tap it," or "I don't let them touch it." Like it has nothing. Those are not the people that steal it. The people that steal it are the payment processors that get all your information online. I don't know if they use skimmers or not. But for some reason, they got both of my cards. I was stupid enough that the next week, I used my completely other bank account. I think the first time I used Charles Schwab, and then the second time I used my Bank of America. I was stupid. I forgot to bring my cash, and instead of just saying, "Hey, I'll come back and bring cash," I said, "You know what? I'll try it. I'll try to use this card." And I used that, and 2 days later, I had another fraud charge on there from Texas. And I was like, unbelievable. Back to back weeks, I've used two different cards for the very first time, and they both had a freaking card. I have no clue about locking it and unlocking it. But how does locking it work? I think that's a brand new thing. That's a new technology. They definitely didn't have that years ago. But how does it work if you have automatic bill pay? So if you have like automatic payments on your account, how does it work if you have automatic bill pay or automatic?
How many 3?
I guess 3 fluffy. How does the automatic bill pay work if you lock your card? Plus, I mean, if you think about the situation, even if I would have locked my card, it's pointless because the one time that I used it is when they stole my information. Leo, I don't think I have the ability to do that with my Charles Schwab account. I think stupidly, I did use my card in Europe, my debit card, but at that time was 5 years ago, and I never really thought about the fact of getting hacked or nothing like that. But if I would go back to Europe, I probably wouldn't use it there either. But I can't really speak one way or the other on that. That was the first time I ever traveled, and I didn't really think of it at the time. But now, if I would go to Europe again, I would only use cash too. I have no clue, but explain to me, Dead Shark, how I never used that card for 6 months at all. I use it one time in Vietnam, and within the next 15 hours, I have a $60 fraud charge from Hollywood, Florida. I mean, I can understand maybe if I was using that card a lot, but I literally never used that card, not even once, from February to July. Not even once. Then I literally used the card one time in Vietnam, and within nighttime to the time that I wake up in the morning, there was a $60 fraud charge in Hollywood, Florida. So obviously someone got access to my card. And if it was the people in Vietnam, how and why would they buy something in Hollywood, Florida at a Waffle House? You'd rather eat the charge? Man, there was one time I had like a $400 charge. I had a $400 charge, but this was back in the USA. Damn, Philip. So if you had like a $400 charge, you'd let that slide. And not only that, but even if you... So here's the other part, Philip. So a lot of these people, if you let it slide, they still have access to your information. It's not like they just do it one time and then they know what your card is. They know what your card is, and if it still keeps working, they just keep racking up the bill. They say, "Oh shit, this card's working. That no one disputed this. Let's go use it again." So then your money's just going to keep going down. You have to report it as fraud. You have to, or else they're just going to drain your bank account multiple times. Schwab lets bill pay go through locked. Okay. Mine, actually, I think my auto pay is only on my Bank of America account. I don't think I have any auto pays on Charles Schwab. I'm trying to think. I think it's just Bank of America. Yeah, I think it's just Bank of America that I have bill pay. I have my Adobe Premiere. I have my Amazon Prime membership, and I think I have one other auto pay. I think I have a total of 3 auto pays. I just recommend not using it, man. I mean, it's not that common, but remember, I've used my card a total of 2 times in Vietnam, and both times had a fraud charge on them. But I just don't understand why people just don't use cash. Now, if you were going to a country that doesn't really deal with cash, then I can understand. But Vietnam, everyone literally deals with cash. So it's not even about the fraud charge, but imagine if you go put your card somewhere, anytime you pull your card out of your wallet, you're risking laying it down on the table and forgetting it. You're risking dropping it. I just pull out one amount of money every month, like today. Today, I went to the ATM and I pulled out 20 million in cash, 20 million VND in cash. My landlord will come pick up 14 million. That'll leave me with 6 million in cash. And then I just take cash out with me. Like I bring 200 or 300,000 in my wallet and I just use that every day. What if I get robbed? So in Vietnam, I've never worried that. Now, that's the time that maybe you would think about that, but don't carry all your cash at once. Don't carry. So for me, I have 20 million, but when I just went out to dinner, even though I have no problems, I wouldn't even think about being robbed. I walked around all day today with 20 million in cash. Um, but like today, when we went out to dinner, all I took was like, I'll show you exactly what I have in my wallet right now. This is all I have in my wallet. I just put money right here. So this is what I have. Oh, I had 100,000, and then I had the five. No, I had a 200,000, which I paid the dinner on, and then I have a 500, and that's it. That's the only money that I have in here, and then I'll just put money in that every single day. I don't understand. You guys are gaining no benefits out of using your card. Now I can understand if you guys are like, magically when I use my card, it gives me a free bag of rice. Like I can understand, but it's all risk, no reward. You risk using your card and getting a fraud. With cash, there's no such thing as a fraud charge. With card, you risk leaving your card somewhere. So for me, there's no benefits. There's no benefits at all for me. There's only risk. My only risk is that I can lose my card or it can get fraud charges. Whereas cash, okay, let's say I lose 100,000. Okay, I lost that money. That's it. But I can't have my bank account hacked or nothing like that. Plus, you're not even going to be able to use your card in every single place here. If you go to the banh mi place, she's not going to take your card. She's only going to take cash. So for me, there's no reason not to only use cash. I just don't do it. I use the ATM one time. I've kind of heard about locking cards, but I don't know anything about it. But I don't know. I don't know anything on locking cards, so I can't speak on that. I honestly have no clue about that. But somehow, being in Vietnam, somebody charged my card in Hollywood, Florida. I have no clue how. And I know I only used it at the grocery store that day. And then by the time I woke up in the morning, I had that charge on there. So I have no clue what happened, or I can't imagine it was anybody from Vietnam, because how does someone from Vietnam benefit by ordering in person or even delivery of Waffle House in Florida? There's a switch. Okay. But I mean, I don't ever use my card. So I would never have to use that. I mean, I guess I can go turn it on now, right? But I never use my card. So how would the only time I've ever used my card is when I go to the ATM machine. Revolt, I think we can use Revolt, but because I have Charles Schwab, until Charles Schwab changes, I have no reason to switch to anything else. Fluffy, that one's crispy. That one's yours.
You want crispy?
I want this crispy, not that crispy.
No, I put sugar on top. I thought it's gonna cook, but it's...
Maybe. But that's what I'm saying. Like, people said, oh, I don't let them touch my card, I just scam it. And I say, it's not those people that are stealing your card, it's the payment processor. So once Moon Milk gets your payment, it's not the employees. That payment has to go electronically through a payment processor. That's who steals your stuff. So when people say, oh, I don't hand them over my card, I just tap it. That doesn't matter. Your information still gets sent, whether you hand it to them, whether you sing it to them, whether you dance it to them, or whether you tap it to them. That information goes to a payment processor. That's who steals your stuff. So it doesn't matter if you tap it, or sing to them the card, or hand them the card. It's the company that is processing it. That's who steals it.
Look, this is the sugar.
Huh? Why is there sugar in there?
I put some.
In hot oil?
Yeah.
Why? Are you trying to burn the house down, Fluffy?
No.
I don't even have a credit card, so I wouldn't even use my credit card. Plus Charles Schwab has no, I don't have any apps or auto pay on my Charles Schwab account, but that was an account that was hacked, so for sure it had to have been from the store. It couldn't have been from an auto pay, because there's no auto pay on my Charles Schwab. But I don't even have a credit card. Why have a credit card for me? Credit card just means debt for me. I'm the type that does not live in debt. What about Apple Pay? I think Apple Pay works at some places here. I don't think it's that common or everywhere, but I think I've heard that they do use it.
It became candy.
It's not common though. It's definitely not common. If anything, if you guys are gonna need something like that, I try to recommend getting Zallo and then trying to get the QR code. I'm not sure if you guys can get it, but if you can, I've seen Banh Mi places and small places take the Zallo Pay, but definitely not the Google or Apple Pay. You're getting that one. You're too old. Philip, what do you need to build your credit up for? Credit cards are good for people that want to build their credit. But what are you building your credit card, or what are you building your credit up for? Unless you're going to go buy another house? What? Of course caramel with it.
You want me to slice it?
No, I don't want you to slice it.
We'll slice the other one.
Don't slice mine.
There's 3.
It wasn't a skimmer. It definitely wasn't a skimmer. It was at Moon Milk. So it was at Moon Milk.
Are we gonna eat already?
Yes. I am gonna eat. I mean, unless you guys believe that Moon Milk employees had a skimmer on there, but I just don't see it.
Do I get the bowl?
Whatever you want, Fluffy. You're kicking me.
You're kicking me.
Don't give me the burnt one. I want the least burnt one.
This is not burnt.
I know it's...
See, it's not burnt.
Yeah, because you turned it over. Mine's going to be hot. I'm going to have to wait till it's not hot.
No, it's not hot.
It's not? Didn't you just take them out?
No.
Well, look, when did you take them out? Yesterday?
Thank you, Kim. Is Kim still there?
Oh, even someone... DC said burnt.
No, it's not.
I told you, Fluffy.
That's the sugar.
She put sugar in it, and then... Not only did she put sugar in it, but then she put it in the deep fryer. Like, you can blow up a house for that. I don't think you're supposed to put sugar in hot oil.
Yes, you can.
That's a lot of ice cream, Fluffy.
There's still more here.
Eat the cone. The cone tastes like a paper towel roll. It's not even crispy. It's like soggy. I don't know. It's the most soggiest cone I've ever had. When I went to Europe, people accepted cash. I haven't went in 5 years, but I would imagine they take cash. Let's hit it with a little bit of this caramel, guys. Look at this. We're gonna do a spin drizzle. Let's see if we can do this. Let's try to do this without getting a mess. Look at this. Ooh, look at that, guys. Can you guys see that? I could probably sell this in Da Nang. This is probably better than some of the food I've had in Da Nang. You guys see that? Look at that.
Lost LeBlanc is playing. He's making vlogs again.
Making vlogs again. I'm gonna try this. Look at the ice cream starting to melt, so it's almost like a whipped cream now. I've been waiting for this for like 2 days. Mmm.
Hated City?
What pork chop? This is not a pork chop. This is a apple pie spring roll.
Many travelers will warn you. Leave Bangkok.
Wait, hold on. Copyright of what?
Go straight to the islands of the south. Or
A copyright of what? Oh, copy of people talking?
Hey, that's my legs.
This ice cream is really good when it's heated. Let's try to break into this. Let's see if you guys can see the apple pie part. Oh yeah, you guys can you guys see the apple pie filling in there? Look. That was not music, that's a YouTube video. It's a YouTube video. I'll show you guys really fast. It's YouTube.
You got spoon.
What do you think I'm gonna use?
Fork.
How do you eat ice cream with a fork?
Look at this, crispy.
Mmm. Mm-hmm. It's good. I like this middle bite. This middle bite will have a little more filling and a little more soft. I made the apple filling. Remember, you guys? I think you guys seen the apple filling on my Thanksgiving commercial. Remember when I made the apple dump cake in the crock pot? This is the same. This is the same filling. So we had 2 apples left over. We had the 2 apples left over. So what I did is I made filling from the 2 apple pies, or the 2 apples.
Ice cream.
I'm gonna put ice cream on it.
Look at this.
I made that apple dump cake in the crock pot when we still had 2. It's basically the same style filling. I just had 2 apples left over. And then what I did is I cut up the apples, put them in a frying pan, put some brown sugar and water in them, let them reduce. Then it got thick. And then we just wrapped them in these spring roll fillings.
It's good.
It's good.
It's weird, my boss messaged me and he said, oh, I'm just having breakfast at Turkish Airlines. Like, why are you having... I asked him, are you traveling? No, just having breakfast. I wonder where he is right now.
But see how nice this looks?
Puffy, you're so scared of that.
But this is so cheap. So I think the spring roll was probably... One spring roll was probably about... maybe like 8,000 to make all this. The ice cream was the most. So this is probably like a 25 to 30,000 dessert. But look at how it looks. It looks good and looks expensive, but this is probably literally like 25,000 VND to make all this. Yeah, she's not eating with her hands. She only eats stuff that doesn't make sense with her hands. Why are you cutting into 2?
No,
You have 2 already cut.
no, this is yours.
That's mine? Well, what happened to it?
This one. This
What?
one is
It's already 8.
No,
What's this? What, a shark got to it?
Shark got it.
A shark bit half its body?
Maybe you missed the part
I missed the park.
with the dragon.
Dragon Bridge. This ice cream is really good when it's on something warm. Here. You can have a little bit more ice cream, but that's it for you. Here we go, my last bite. Yeah, a lot of times she doesn't eat rice. So if they ask if you could survive without rice.
Yeah. Today I didn't eat rice. Will eats more rice than me.
Huh. I'm not complaining. I'm only telling the truth.
About what?
About you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Aw, thank you, Alex. Yes, of course, I can eat without, I can survive. Today I did not eat rice.
Wow, that's a world record.
I don't really eat with my hands. I don't really like it. I would do it if I'm eating fish, like a bony fish, or like something like a like chicken, roasted chicken. I think I did that in Cebu, but just that.
Yeah, we had dessert at home. We had those spring rolls. We still have a few more of those. I think, how many do we have of those, Fluffy? How many of those do we have?
We still have 3 more.
We still have 3 more, so we still have to... No, that's not the banana fritter. We made... You missed it, man. Everybody always comes in when we're done. What we made, if you see my Thanksgiving video, we made spring rolls, or no. I made an apple dump cake in the crock pot, and we had some leftover apple pie filling. So
Well,
what
I don't
did-
think they can hear you there.
What are you laughing at? So what we had, remember I did the apple dump cake? So I used the rest of the pie filling and we put them in spring roll wrappers. And then what we did was we deep fried them. And then we had a little bit of ice cream that we topped it off with. And then remember, whoever was in the live stream last night, I made my homemade caramel sauce, guys. So we topped it with some ice cream and the caramel sauce. We haven't had fried bananas in a while. That was fried apple pie spring rolls.
Remember we went to the Icon Siam. You know what was Will doing?
I didn't do nothing.
You know what Will was doing? He was trying to show you guys the fridge and the apple, but he was using his other phone.
Oh, stop lying.
And then and then when he was about to return the apple pie in the fridge, he was putting his phone inside the freezer.
Fluffy, stop lying.
Fried bananas, yum, yeah.
We didn't have any fried bananas.
Have you guys tasted banana Q in the Philippines? We have fried bananas.
They're just not
We called
deep
it
fried.
banana. It is deep fried in
Fluffy, that's
sugar.
grilled. You keep
No, that's in Bangkok. The grilled one is. This is.
Fluffy, they put an open banana on a barbecue grill.
No, that's in Bangkok, Will. That's in
We
Bangkok.
had that.
No, that's in Bangkok. This is what I'm trying to tell you. We had that, but. Will never tried banana Q. Have you guys tried banana
Fluffy, we had
Q?
this. Look.
Yeah, we had that.
Is this grilled? Is that grilled or is that battered and deep fried?
That's battered in sugar.
I didn't. No. Is this dropped into hot frying oil?
Uh,
I want an English speaking girlfriend. I get delirious.
chicken adobo. Where are you from, Alex?
He's from Earth.
I was in the Philippines and I remember chicken adobo.
You know, after I eat dessert,
We'll
I
get
get
them.
delirious.
Yes, and kwek kwek.
I get delirious.
Fried, see? Fried,
I think he
fried.
misspelled. It was a typo. He meant barbecue, grilled.
See, I'll show you how banana
You don't
Q
show
is
me nothing.
Banana Q.
Cuba, wow. Cuba it was off limits to USA citizens, but I think you can go there still with a few exceptions.
Living in UK.
What's
You have
today?
so many UK.
Yeah, for some reason I'm famous in UK. Actually shockingly I get a good amount of people from the UK and even Australia. I honestly thought when I started my channel I would have a lot of
See? Banana
Americans.
Q Pinoy
I
recipe.
thought my target audience would be younger Americans, like 20 to 40 years old ish. But I realized when I look at my audience on my analytics, my demographic is like 45 to 65
Look at
Americans.
this. Look at this. See, this is how they make banana Q.
Cuba. I've been to Miami one
Beatles
time. I went to
Museum.
Miami one time.
Where is Beatles Museum in UK? Probably England? Or is it where they do the pedestrian?
Pedestrian.
Like the famous. You don't know Beatles. You don't know the famous
It's a bug.
pedestrian photo.
Yeah, Miami is very close. I stayed in South Beach for about 3 or 4 days. I think I was in Miami in
Liverpool.
2021.
Yeah.
I think it was 2021. I don't like those bananas. These bananas, I do not like those kind.
See what they do? They heat the oil.
I do
And
not
then
like
they
these
put
bananas.
sugar on it, on the oil. See?
You see.
They put sugar on the oil. And then you fry it.
I do not like those short, weird bananas.
You
I like our
fry
American
it.
bananas.
You fry it.
I didn't even know there was different kind of bananas till I came to Asia. But I cannot. There's those ones which are not terrible. They're edible. But then you guys have those really hard. They're not plantains, but they have like those hard ones that you have to
Abbey
boil.
Road, yes, Philip. Abbey Road.
They have those hard bananas in the Philippines that you have to boil or microwave. I got one at. I asked the guy. I said, "Can I get a
See,
banana?"
Will?
I asked him if we can get a banana, and he tried to give me a banana in a bag, and I was like, "Why does this feel hard?" And he said, "Oh, you got a microwave," and I was like, "Microwave?"
See? That's what you do with the banana cube.
I did. So, J2J. So I do have Twitch, and I tried to do a live
Maybe
stream.
you should try Twitch now.
I'm trying to explain that. So I tried to open up Twitch. So anybody that knows how to use Twitch, please listen to what I'm going to say. So I had to download the third-party stream called Prism so that I could stream YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So I have that part done. I went to do live, and when I went live, it wouldn't show... Fluffy. It wouldn't show my screen. So you guys could hear me and I was live, but I could not show my screen. So maybe someone can tell me what I did wrong. You guys could hear me, but you guys couldn't see me. And when I was on the Prism app, which lets me stream, it showed a blank spot where my video is. It said capture stream or something like that. So there's something I didn't do right.
We went to this mall, remember?
We did?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know what I did wrong, but basically the problem was I couldn't capture my video screen on Prism, but you guys could just hear me. Bodega for Mexican food?
Bodega here in Vietnam is Italian food.
Bodega 5.
Bodega.
Um, I would like to do Twitch also to build my audience. Everyone keeps telling me to get on Twitch, and since I could do both at the same time, set phone to desktop mode. Honestly, I just feel like I didn't hit something correctly because like in the middle of the screen, it said capture screen, and for some reason, I think I was supposed to like open up a capture or something. Let me try to do it. I'm gonna try to show you guys. I'm gonna try to do it on my other phone. Hopefully it won't kick me off, but we'll see. I just feel like I'm doing something wrong. That was the first time I've ever opened up that app, and I'm pretty sure it was something I did wrong. But I just can't figure out what I did wrong. And I have no clue. Maybe a lot of people will watch me on stream. Maybe no one will watch me on Twitch, but I guess it's worth a chance. I've had multiple people keep telling me to start streaming on Switch.
YouTuber for
I mean, I guess it's better to download that, especially if I can stream both channels at the same time. I guess it's better than nothing.
Sophie is now teaching how to be a YouTuber.
I did not know that. No one's ever said that. Maybe that's true. I don't know. What, Fluffy?
He's now teaching how to be a YouTuber.
Can I teach you guys how to be a YouTuber?
How to edit video. It's a good package, Will. I don't know how much.
$1 too much. All I need to figure, so I was able to figure out everything on that app. The only thing I wasn't able to figure out is to capture my cell phone's camera screen. Let me see if I downloaded it.
It's so cool. Sophie, maybe you should sign up to this.
Why would I sign up for that? People don't even want me.
YouTuber Pro.
Fluffy, everyone wants me to just get raw stuff. They don't even like when I do my editing. They say, no, don't do your editing. Just get it up.
35% off. What if I get you that?
I don't want it.
What if he promotes you?
I don't want it.
Raw material.
Yeah, that's what everyone's...
Hey, Jimmy.
Isn't it past your bedtime? I think it's past his bedtime.
Raw dog it.
Isn't it past your bedtime? I think it's past your bedtime, son. What kind of Christmas tree? It's an amazing Christmas tree. Why are you jealous?
It's a real tree.
Yeah, it's a real tree that I spent real money on. What's your problem? Please allow the launching. Okay. What was that called? Prism? This guy thinks he's a comedian. We got that from Charlie Brown's Christmas store. So this is the error that's coming up. So do any of you guys know Prism? So I started it like this, and you guys can see it says screen capture, and you could see there's no screen on it. So for some reason, I think you need to add a layer or something. So let me hit the square, the add button. So the sources are chat, web, image, and VTuber. So somehow I need to get this to show the video. That's what the issue was. It would be on this screen, and I haven't been able to figure that part out yet. Oh, see, look. So if you guys see, screen capture is right there. So that's the problem. But even when I hit screen capture, it doesn't turn the screen on. See? So for some reason, it's not showing the screen. I already did the camera permissions. I did them. Maybe I need to restart my phone. Let me try to restart it. I didn't restart it, but just a minute ago, it asked me to give the permissions to, it said give permissions for Prism to overlay your other apps. So let me try that. I'm restarting my phone, so maybe it needs to be restarted. But that is the issue. So everything else was working, guys, except for I could not, you guys could hear me and I was live, but the thing about it was, you guys couldn't see me. You know what else? I'm really debating about doing a podcast, guys. A podcast would just kind of be almost like what we're doing right now, but it would be a lot shorter, maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And I would like to do some phone calls or even some video chats. YouTuber asking how to do YouTube. Who was asking about that? This guy, he's trying to sell a YouTube course now. So let me go back into Prism and let me see. You can buy them. I've seen them as cheap as like $300. I don't ride them, but I have seen them on Facebook and stuff. Like I've seen some go for like low 300s, maybe even 200. I'm not sure, but you can definitely buy them. It's still wet. Okay, maybe this worked. Let me try. Hold on. Let's do screen capture now. Let's see if that works. Nope. See, still, I'm not getting the screen to pop up. That is the issue. So, for some reason, I cannot get this screen to capture. That is my issue, guys. So, I hit the layers. This says screen capture, but for some reason, I can't get that to open. That should be showing me right now. So, there's some kind of issue. I don't know what it is. Screen capture? Yeah, for some reason, I just can't get. So hopefully, there was someone on here, and I forgot who it was, but they told me to sign up for Twitch today. Wondering if you ever seen a bike crash. I have. There's one on my video. If you guys go look at the Lot Mart video I posted about a little over a month ago, we were walking outside of the mall and we caught an accident right on camera. So if you go look at my Lot Mart mall, two locals, a lady and a man, she tried to cut the corner and go down the wrong side of the street, making a left, and she slammed into another guy. I so you guys are gonna say I'm negative or whatever, but I'm gonna give you my take. So there is no benefit of riding a scooter here. You risk everything with no reward. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what people are gonna say. I already know what all these people are gonna say. So for me, you could take an in drive from here across town for $2, right? So, or you can go rent a scooter. I walk everywhere here 99% of the time. Everything here is walkable. But you can go rent a scooter, and guess what? The first time you break your ankle, the first time you get into an accident, you're gonna be blamed. The first time you get sideswiped and you go to the hospital, you're gonna wish you took a grab. Now, here's what everyone's gonna, I'm not even looking down at the screen, but here's what everyone's gonna say. But you don't have the freedom. You get to go out. It feels so cool to be on the road. Like, everyone's gonna say that. But for one, as soon as you get into your first accident, as soon as you get pulled over by the police the first time and get bribed, as soon as you end up like our streamer or our viewer, Jack, that fell off his scooter and has 15 or 20 stitches on the side of his head that he had to go to the hospital, at that point, you guys will say, oh man, you're right, man. I shouldn't have rode a scooter. I should have just took the $1.80 in drive. There's no benefit. Now, here's the benefit. So when I say no benefit, there's no real benefit to riding a scooter. You literally can take a InDrive, which is a cheaper version of Grab here, right? And it costs less than $3 to get from the beach to the airport. But how much do you think your first hospital bill is? That's if you survive. How much do you think your accident, where even if you're completely not at fault, but if a local hits you, do you think they're going to take your word? No, you're a foreigner. You are a cash cow. They're going to blame it on you. Your insurance is not going to cover it. And then you're going to be paying hundreds of dollars. Is that worth having the wind blow through your hair and feeling like you get freedom? Like, all the benefits to me don't outweigh the negatives. I don't have, neither do I. But the only time when I ask people, tell me what the benefits are, this is what they say. Man, you get the freedom. You get to ride up the hill. I don't have to wait for a grab. And guess what, man? I discovered so many places I could never find if I didn't have a scooter. I get to go anytime I want. I get to drive up the hill. I get to go down these roads. I get to go off the path. And I'm like, great, okay, awesome. What about when you go to the hospital? Well, I've been here for 15 years and I've never gotten to an accident. Okay. Well, someone that's 60 years old never had cancer in their life, and now all of a sudden they get cancer. So, I mean, it's going to happen. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. And once it happens, that's when everyone realizes it. I have weighed out the options, Alex, of there's some people that rent a car with like 4 people and they split the cost, but here's the downsides that you could run into. So when you go to the Lao border, if you don't go with an agency, 99 times out of 100, I heard the Lao border agents bribe you and make you pay. And it could be $5, it could be $20, it could be more, depending on how much they can get from you. So for one, you get bribed. So you got to add that cost to the money. Plus, if you rent a car and someone that you know that drives it or you drive it, same thing as a scooter. If you get into an accident, you're liable for that. For 3, if anything goes wrong on your visa, you are screwed because you're a person that doesn't know how to take care of the ins and the outs of your visa, whereas the agency is responsible for everything. So there's a few things. You guys know I'm cheap and I try to find cheaper alternatives, but the visa agency, I don't really, for me, it doesn't make sense to save $42 and take all the risk and get bribed. If you guys get bribed for $50 from the Lao border agents, you basically already paid for the same price as Lynn's Visa's bus run. So at that point, you've already paid more, plus you're on your own. As luck goes, I spent $19.99, 2000, 2 falls, 1 oil slick, 1 fall when making a U-turn. Damn. That's crazy. You're like a Mark, you're like a crash dummy. Maybe you have like a magnet to you for accidents. But Alex, so you take all the risk, right? So if you get hit by if you get hit by another car, you know you're going to be held responsible for that, right? So you're going to have to pay. Second of all, what are you going to do when the border agents ask you for $50? They're not going to give you your Lao border stamp until you give them $50. What are you going to do? Are you just going to pay them? Or are you going to refuse? What are you going to do? $5 per 20. That's expensive, Philip. We know a couple of people that are even getting electric bikes. Electric bikes and regular scooters out here in Da Nang are $2 or $3. I know a guy that just spent 1.4 million on a month rental. So that's what 1.4 million is. That's the cheapest I've ever heard anyone rent a scooter. He spent 1.4 million. So he spent $55 for 30 days. So less than $2 a day. Scooter is less than that in Da Nang. I know a guy that just got it right down the street. The guy that we did the in-person service with, 1.4 million, $55 for 30 days. So that's not even $2 a day. Yeah, I can't take a look. I was going to say, let me take a look at my last grab rides. But we took we took an in-drive today from the Con Market. I'll show you guys how far it was. So we took a grab ride, sorry, an in-drive ride from the Con Market. So it's 2.5 miles, right? So this is how far we took it from today. Basically a 11-minute car ride. We took it from this side. We crossed the Dragon Bridge. We went across the Dragon Bridge, came down here all the way down to the beach. This was $1.80. So air conditioning car, nice car, $1.80. And this is about the farthest that I go. If I go usually anywhere in this radius, it's about 80 cents to $1. So this area is about $1. This area is about $2. And then the airport, which is a little bit back here, $3. So $1, $2, $3. Or you guys can go get on a scooter and risk your life. That's why I don't ride a scooter. Now, if this was $50, $100, $200, maybe I would start saying, you know what, maybe I'll risk it a little bit. But from this point to this point is $3, guys. $3. This is $1. This is $2. This today was $1.80 from here to here. And to the airport, whenever we go to the airport, it's under $3. It's like $2.80 or something. It's 50. The most I've ever paid, I think, was like 68,000. So take Grab and Lynn. What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you mean. Insurance doesn't mean nothing if you're dead, though. So that's another thing. What's the odds of you being killed in an in-drive car compared to being killed on a scooter in Southeast Asia? Sakura. I have heard of Sakura. Um, so the cheapest and the safest is actually the bus. Well, yeah, it's probably the bus. So the Lin Visa run, the normal run is $160. But remember, 40 of that 160 is for the Lao Visa. So $40 of the 160 goes for the Lao Visa. $25 goes for the Vietnam Visa. So literally you're paying $100 for the bus run. So the bus run, the bus transportation part is 100 US dollars. But that includes, the 160 includes the $40 Laos Visa and the $25 Vietnam Visa. Man, Kim, you got to start using InDrive. It would have been half that price. Use InDrive. InDrive is way, way cheaper. InDrive is at least 30% cheaper. Sometimes if you go further, it gets up to about 50% cheaper. The only downside to InDrive is that you do have to pay in cash. You can't pay on card. But you guys know me, I don't pay on card, so but that's the only downside to InDrive is that you do have to pay in cash. That's it. But it's at least 30. Like let's look right now. This is a late time. Watch. I don't think InDrive will let me pull it up. I can't log into InDrive while I'm on here, I think. Yeah, I can't. But InDrive to the airport right now would be about 55,000. Cheaper or worse on which part? So InDrive is 30 to 50% cheaper. Only downside is you have to pay in cash, which I don't mind at all because I never pay on card. But you take 3 InDrives, you basically get a free Grab drive. Every 3 InDrives that you take equals 4 Grab drives. So you basically get 1 free Grab ride every 4th ride that you take. So for me, if you guys take a lot, you'll save a lot of money. For example, I pay 55,000 last time to get to the airport on InDrive, but every time I take the Grab, before I knew about InDrive, I would pay 90,000. So 90,000 for the same exact ride on Grab, 55,000 on InDrive. There was something else I was going to tell you guys. Scooter, well, for one, there's no traffic here, so I don't know where you're at, Philip, but we don't have traffic like that here. There's no traffic jams. This is not Ho Chi Minh. And for 2, you guys go through traffic, which means other cars do not signal here, which means you get sideswiped. It's definitely not cheaper. I know because when I look on, so it kind of works the same. Grab, if you do Grab car and Grab scooter is 50% cheaper than Grab car, but same thing on InDrive. So let's say an InDrive car was 30,000. The InDrive scooter would be half, would be 15,000. Oh yeah, right now I'll look it up. Give me a second. This might freeze, but I'll show you exactly how much. I'll take a picture. Give me 1 second. I'm going to look it up for you. So look, guys. So here it goes. So Kim said it was $4.17. Here it goes. So Kim said it was $4.17, right? Which is 100 and what? 106, right? So look at what I just pulled it up. So right now on InDrive, it's offering 56,000, which you can actually lower this fee. So I would offer about 45,000. but that's to Da Nang International Airport. So she just said it's 106, but look, on InDrive, it's 56,000, and you can hit this and you can offer less. So it's 1,000% better. That's kind of, Leo, that's kind of why I think InDrive is so cheap, because you pay in cash. So I have a feeling InDrive drivers get more of the money, um, and there's less fees for them. So I think that's why they're able to offer it lower. It's still humid out here. It's definitely not as humid as it will be later on, but it's still a tad humid here. I'm from California, so we don't get that humid weather. California, man, I love California weather. Oh yeah, I got a new video coming out tomorrow. If you guys watched my live stream earlier today, you guys seen that I was at the con market. So, um, you guys seen that I was there. I'm gonna try to make an 8-minute video out of that. An 8 minute or so, at least an 8 minute, maybe longer. But you guys seen, whoever was watching the video earlier today, you guys seen I was haggling with the market people. I was blown away. I was trying to tell you guys how much they were going to charge me before I asked them. But that one lady tried to charge me 250,000 for that shirt. Let me actually, I think that's like 10 bucks, guys. 10 bucks for that shirt. And literally the lady next door offered me for her, when her first offer was 150, and then the lady right next door tried to hit me with 250. Cold, that's crazy. Shoot, I haven't been cold in almost a year. I never wear nothing but shorts. I haven't worn anything but shorts this whole freaking this whole year. In USA, I'll wear sweats, or sometimes I'll even wear a jacket. I haven't even came close to wearing anything besides shorts. I did not know that. I mean, I don't know how cold it actually gets in Hanoi, but for me, cold to me is anything once you start getting like under 40 degrees USA. I think we're gonna try to go to Hoi An next week. I'm gonna start looking a little bit harder for. I don't really need to look that hard actually. I just need to find the perfect. I seen two different little islands on Hoi An. I just got to figure out which one we're gonna stay at, because we're only gonna stay there for one full day. Um, 70, 77 degrees is like a hot San Francisco day. I don't know what you would call them. Let me show you these are what I call the islands. Now I could be wrong. They could be called something else, but let me show you. I call these islands. I don't know what else you can call them. Right here. So I'm debating about staying on this one or this one. I think that's them. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's gotta be. Yeah, so this is where I'm debating. I'm debating staying either on this one. Oops. Either this one or there's a really good one right here. I don't know what you guys would call those, but to me, those are like little islands. This is where most people stay, and then there's a really, really good place to stay right here. I'm gonna go both. I'm gonna go both. So we're gonna check into the hotel about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, put our stuff down, go out for the day, stay out for the night, go back to sleep, wake up in the morning, check out, and then stay there for the afternoon, and then come back at nighttime um, to Danong. What's up, Earl? Monkey Island, I think, is expensive. I try to do stuff as reasonably cheap or free as possible as far as entertainment goes. That's why I've never been to the Bana Hills. I think it's like $60 or something crazy. $6? Okay, that's not too bad. I thought it was actually more expensive. But I know like Bana Hills is like freaking $60. I already know that Hoi An is supposed to be more expensive. So I don't know what we'll do. I mean, it's only going to be one night, so it's not going to be too bad. Um, I think we're going to do Hoi An, and then possibly, depending on how long I stay in January, we might go do the train trip to Hue. I want to kind of go back to Hue again. I really like that city. Not for long term, but I like to visit it. And the train's only like $7. And we already went there one time, so we kind of know what we like and what we don't like. So I think maybe a 2 or 3 day trip in Hue would be kind of perfect for us. We already know our banh mi place. We know the little river walk place. We know the area. So actually, it wouldn't be that bad. But actually, guys, Hue was the hottest city I've ever been to in Vietnam. Hue was insanely humid. It was definitely more humid than Da Nang. Definitely. It was killing me, man. The weather was killing me. The only problem, I mean, I think there is a few good rooftop bars here in Da Nang. Multiple people have mentioned them to me, but the problem is, I think you have to buy a drink. And remember, I don't drink alcohol, so what am I going to do? Get a Coke? What am I going to do? Get a Sprite? And then, even if you do get a Sprite, I'm sure the Sprite's like $4. Well, at least in Bangkok. No, we would take the train. The train is a much, much better option. We really like the train. The train is awesome. I did a video, 2 videos about the train. It's called Viet Railways. They have air conditioning, reclining seats, place to charge your phone. We would take the train, not the bus. We don't like to travel by bus. No, I stopped drinking 7 years ago, almost 8 years ago. Nothing to do with money on that. I just stopped drinking altogether. I would, if someone served me a Coke Zero, I would drink it, but I would never go out of my way to drink a Coke Zero. But I mean, I necessarily wouldn't refuse a Coke Zero, but um, I would drink a Miranda, and I know they don't serve that at freaking most of these bars. A Coke, a regular Coke, or um, what other? A cherry Coke, maybe. What rat advertisement? To Hoi An? So at Hoi An, we're going to take an in drive, or we seen this chartered van, which was only something like 40,000 to get there, but I got to look at the logistics of it. We might just take the in drive to Hoi An. But I did notice there's like a small chartered van, which is supposed to be really cheap, but I'll have to look at where it picks us up, where it drops us off at. But it was something crazy, like 40,000 per person. But I don't really necessarily think it drops you off in the main part of Hoi An. So you still might need to get a grab from wherever they drop you off in Hoi An. So we'll look at that. I two reasons I can't. One, I can't because it's shot in that stupid ass portrait mode. And then the second reason is I think my camera was facing the other way because I was looking at the rat that I seen that was in the bushes. So I don't think the rat that squeezed under my foot was actually caught on camera. And let me try to look it up, man. There was a van. It's the only website I've ever seen. Man, I can't even remember it, but there was like a van. I'll try to find it for you guys. I did not know that. I've never seen that brand till I got here. But I really, really like that. It's one of the best sodas I've ever had. I like the cream soda that they have, and I really like the orange soda. Taxi. I really wish I could find this. I thought I sent it to myself. I thought I sent myself an email. 500,000. So on InDrive, let me look up on InDrive. InDrive, I think, was 160,000. It was definitely under 200,000 each way. So I think it was 160,000. And I'm trying to find that. I think it was the shuttle bus. No, it was like 160,000 each way. So I think roughly it's about 300,000 on InDrive both ways total. So it'd be like 300,000. Yeah, that's why you guys are paying that extra. So basically, you guys are kind of waiting. You guys are kind of paying him 200,000 for him to sit there because you could order a one way to InDrive. I think I've seen it as low as 160. So 160 there, then you guys would catch another 160 or 180. Maybe it might be 180 coming back. So you would spend like 350-ish. If you're on your own, walk out the airport. And if you want to stay longer, we get the... Yeah, man, InDrive needs to sponsor me, man. I'm surprised InDrive doesn't have any damn commercials on my damn videos. Airport walk. You're insane if you walk from the airport there. AE, what's up, buddy? And I'm trying to find this damn chartered shuttle. I could have swore. I'll have to look. When I get off here, I'll look. They probably don't care nothing. Oh, I think this is it right here. I think this is, I remember this picture. So this is the shuttle bus, I think. Yep, this is it, guys. Price of the Hoi An Danong bus ticket. This journey from Hoi An to Danong is actually split into two trips. The LK 2 trip, Hoi An Vietnam Korean University in Danong, 15,000. Or the 02 trip, 20,000. So I think you have to take both of those. No tourist will stop at the Vietnam Korean University. So the full trip will be to Hoi An Danong bus station, and the total of so it's 35,000. Look at this. So this shuttle bus is 35,000. You don't change any buses. It's all the same bus. It's 35,000. You take it from let me see. Departure time is from Hoi An to Da Nang. In between Da Nang, Hoi An, it takes about 45 minutes for the journey. So here's the route. Da Nang Central Bus Station. I guess that's where you would take it. I got to figure out exactly where the Da Nang Central Bus Station is. I think that is here, which I'm pretty sure you take it from here, and then I think it goes that route. But this is supposedly only 35,000 per person. So 35,000 to get to Da Nang or to Hoi An. And it looks like it takes off at 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock, 6:30, all the way till 12 o'clock or 11:30 at night. Um, Let me go back up. I missed some of you guys' messages. Da Nang Airport is in the center of town. Even try just in Nha Trang at the moment. Wow, I think we have a couple of people in Nha Trang right now. How long does it take to renew your visa? You don't renew it. You go apply for a new one. So I went there today. I actually was there for over an hour, but that's because I talked to the owner for like an hour. Nothing about the visa. Actually, he's a really cool guy. We talked about American politics. We talked about other stuff, but just to get my visa run paid for in that, it probably took 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. That's for paying for it and getting it ready. But now, if you're asking for how long that day will take, we will get on the bus at 6 o'clock in the morning and we'll get back to Da Nang around 5 o'clock, maybe 5:30. So technically the whole day is 12 hours, but you stop after the first 2 hours of being on the bus, you stop at a convenience store. They have some really nice bathrooms and you can stretch your leg for like 10 minutes. Then you get back on the bus for another 2 hours and you stop at one more convenience stop at a big gas station, stretch your legs, take a piss, and then you drive for about another hour and then you're at Lao. You go to Lao for about 45 minutes or so, maybe an hour. You get your new visa, you get back on the bus, and you do the same thing. You drive for about 2 hours, you stop at a gas station, you go take a piss, you stretch your legs for 10 minutes, you get back on the bus for 2 more hours, go stop at one more convenience store, stretch your legs, and then you get back on the bus and you drive for about another hour, and by that time you're back in Da Nang. Pansy Beach, Da Nang Hotel. Pansy? Are you sure it's spelled that way? Let me look it up. Pansy? Oh, I see it. Here it is. Let me take a look where that's at. Huh. It's right by, oh, it's right by Da Nang. It's across from Mama? Wait, it's showing, oh, it's right next to Flower. I was just at the Flower Hotel yesterday. I don't want to scare you, but someone that I know stayed at Flower and they got dengue fever, but supposedly it was from a mosquito. I can't confirm it. I can't confirm it. But that's the only thing that I know about Flower Hotel, which is here. I don't take it for. I want to see what this place looks like, though. I've never seen that name. I'm trying to look at what the hotel on the outside looks like. Um, the Pansy? I don't know where it's at. Here's the Flower. It's supposed to be right next to the Flower? Is it this one? Is it this one? It might be this one. Cutting up? Maybe that's why, because there's a tree and you can't see any name. That might be it. Oh man. No, that's not it.
Who is that girl I see?
I don't know. It's right across from Flower. I just was in Flower last week.
Back at me. It's karaoke time. Hey, Marcus.
Yeah, that street has a couple of hotels that are really cheap. You might even look like a couple buildings down when you get there. I'm not sure if you're going to switch hotels, but look at Mama Hotel. I know someone that was just trying to book it, but I think it's sold out now. But I've heard good stuff about Mama Hotel so far. I've never stayed there, but I've heard some good stuff about it.
Do you know any
What's up, Chris?
Do you know any American who calls their mom as mama?
I see, Marcus. I had a trip planned to Tbilisi in 2020, but it got canceled by COVID. I honestly was gonna go to Tbilisi probably for close to a year, as long as I could have stayed there, but COVID canceled it. And then, so I was gonna book a two-bedroom Airbnb hotel in 2020 there, and it was like $350. And then when the Ukraine and the COVID and the Ukraine and the Russian situation happened, that same place went up from 350 to like $1,000. You can't get on Facebook and organize one of the visa runs yourself. Um, Now you know exactly what to do. You can't get on the Facebook and organize. No, because I still worry about the Laos border. I've heard nothing but bad stuff about if you go on your own. I heard those border agents in Laos, they bribe you. I've heard nothing but bad news about that.
Mama. I call my mom mama as
Protest? I didn't hear anything about protest.
mama. Mama. But Will, I'm asking you,
What?
do you know Americans who call their moms as mama?
Some.
Really? They call their moms mama?
Georgian government suspended EU talks? Wow. I didn't know that. I just know as an American, we get a 1 year free visa there. I,
Mhm.
I honestly, I'm kind of glad. I hate to say it, but I'm kind of glad that Georgia's not in the EU because that's a place. So as an American, we only get 90 days in the EU, and then you have to leave the EU for 90 days. So Georgia, Turkey, and Albania are places we could bounce to after our 90 days in EU is up, and we can hang out in Georgia, Turkey, and Albania for 90 days, and then go back into the EU. So I'm kind of glad about that. I'm tired of all these places going. Um, so Marcus, if Georgia goes into the EU,
No, they will not. Georgia is not planning to join union.
did you just hear what he said? Georgian government suspended EU talks for 4 years,
Yeah,
but
so
they were
they're-
talking
that
about it
means- That means that they're not planning to join
for four
the
years,
union.
but they're trying. That's why I'm saying I'm glad that it didn't happen because I'm assuming if Georgia goes into the EU, that will nullify and get rid of the 1 year visa in it
You're
will
just
it will
thinking
affect
about
it.
yourself, but you have to think about the people who what is the benefits for them on joining union. They get benefits in joining union, Will.
I don't get any benefits.
Yeah, because you're not European, but they do get benefits when they join union.
I think in a few years I think all these countries are gonna join the EU, and then us Americans are gonna be screwed because you guys aren't thinking about it, but I think about things ahead of time. The problem is, so here's the problem. So Americans have a terrible time of going to EU because, like I said, you can only stay in the EU for 90 days, and then you have to be out for 90 days, which means you go to EU for 3 months, but now you have to be outside of the EU for 3 months before you can go back. So there used to be Bulgaria, there used to be Romania before they joined the EU. So you could go stay in like Bulgaria for a month, Romania for a month, Georgia for a month, and then you can go back into the EU. But all these countries are trying to join the EU, which screws it up for American travelers because let's say all those countries join the EU, right? After 90 days, you're going to have to leave the whole continent of Europe and get screwed. I guess UK is technically not EU, but
Oh, young girl.
but the problem is UK is as expensive as USA. I'd rather go back to the USA than go to the UK. So Georgia, much cheaper. Bulgaria, much cheaper. Albania, much cheaper. Those places are 1,000 times cheaper than the UK. So it doesn't really make any sense to go hang out for 3 months in the UK when you're going to be charged an arm and a leg, whereas where you can go to Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, Albania, Georgia at the time and hang out there for 3 months before going back to a place. Like, let's say you wanted to go live in Spain or Lisbon for 3 months. After 3 months, you have to leave the country or you have to leave the EU region. Then you can go bounce over to Turkey for a month, Albania for a month, Georgia for a month. Then you can bounce back over to Portugal and go there for 3 months and do the same thing.
If you go to UK, you'll be my Kath Kidson sponsor, Marks and Spencer sponsor, and yeah.
I don't want that responsibility. I don't want that responsibility. It's too much can go wrong. I don't get no benefit. Like even if I charge money for that, the first time it goes wrong, everyone's gonna hate me and want their money back, and I'm gonna be to blame. So that's why I don't do. So I do in-person services, but I don't do like tour guides. I don't do tour guides and stuff like that because I don't want things
But
to go
the
wrong.
thing about that coconut man, the responsibility for doing visa is you have to know a lot of things and like you need connections for that.
Not only that, but as soon as something goes wrong, then you're screwed. Turkey, I was gonna go to Turkey. I've never been, but I heard Turkey bumped up a lot in prices now.
What is the capital?
So, Mark, I do a service. Let me show it to you. I'm not sure if you know about it, but I offer a service where I know very well and I don't have the responsibility like a tour guide or for a visa run. But what I do is I do this in-person service right here. Where's my in-person? Basically, I pick you up at the airport. I make sure you go get your currency converted or show you the best ATM to convert your money. I go with you and help you get a SIM card so you don't get ripped off at the airport. I get you checked into your hotel. I show you the tour of this neighborhood. I can help you look for an apartment with agents. So I do all that paid in-person service. But what I don't want to do is have the responsibility of things like a tour guide because I honestly I don't know about Bana Hills. I don't know about Statue of Lady Buddha. So who am I to say like, hey, yeah, I'll take you to Lady Buddha, and if I don't know the history of it, I don't do that. Same thing as visas. So let's say I go charge someone to go do a visa run, right? What happens if the Lao border agent asks that guy for a bribe? Then that guy's gonna come back to me and say, "Hey man, they just asked me for $50 bribe. What the hell? What's up with that?" Or let's say that person gets denied a visa. They're gonna come back to me and I'm gonna be held responsible for that. I don't want nothing to be held responsible for people. I thought you had a predicament yourself, Will, to overcome. Um, I don't I don't really it kind of feels a little scammy to me when I say like, "Hey guys, if you pay me, I'll introduce you to people." Whereas for myself, I would rather do a service that I know and that I can 100% control. Like I will walk you and take you into these apartments with these agents and I'll be there by right by your side. I'll be there the whole time. I have no problem doing that, but I feel scammy saying, "Hey, if you pay me some money, I'll introduce you to this secret agent that I know, and then you can go meet up with him on your own." I don't really like that kind. Um, I appreciate it. I'm a digital nomad and started YouTube, so I will fail on my own. I appreciate it. I do the same thing too. Um, but you have been nothing but helpful. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it. That's for anybody that wants to come in. I've done 2 of those in-person services. If anybody's interested, that's really how I make my bread and butter money. So I do get about 30% of what I put out in bills every month back from YouTube. So I make about 30% of how much I spend a month in Danong from my YouTube. And the past month, I made about 30% on in-person services. So I'm still not breaking even every month, but that is a service that I feel confident that I can give. For Visa runs, you can tell them, just say, we'll send you. The Visa run service can give you a commission. Um, Lynn Visa wouldn't do that. They've already told me. They said, hey man, today they told me, they said, hey, you had a whole bunch of people come in and ask specifically to do the bus with the leather seats. So apparently some of you guys that watch my live stream, when I told you guys, make sure you guys get the leather seat bus. I guess you guys went in there and you guys told Duck, the owner, hey, I want to have the bus with the leather seats. Your Visa run. Sorry, can't remember what I'm saying. Your room's so full. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, I've had two people so far. Actually, shockingly, both have been from Europe and both have been vegetarian. So I got kind of thrown a curveball because I was going to I did show them the area, but I was going to show them all my favorite restaurants and places to avoid. But they actually had me kind of confused, and actually it was good because I ended up learning a lot, but I had to go find all the vegan and vegetarian restaurants for them. So now I do know about 4 or 5 vegetarian restaurants in this area. He bought another bus. Okay, nice. I didn't know that. I haven't went um in almost 3 months now, but that other one used to have like that maroon suede type of seats. But every time I go, Duck's been a good guy. He always, last time we went, he goes, Will, go up, walk over to the curb because the leather seat bus is coming. I want you to get on that one. I knew I mean, one, he's a good guy, but two, he knew I was doing a video. So I think he wanted me to be on the leather bus when I was filming. I got the wrong bus with the normal seats. So was that your fault or they just forced you to get on there? So what I tell you guys, if you guys want the bus with the leather seats, you'll see there'll be 2 buses, at least the last 2 times I went. The first one that usually pulls up is the leather seats, but you can tell by looking from it from outside. Just look inside the window, and if it's like gray, those are the leather seats. If you look from the outside and it's like maroon, those are the suede seats. Oh, okay. I did not know. Maybe he bought it just because of me. I don't know. 4 buses? Every time I've went, it's only been 2. I did not know that. I did not know that. I've only seen 2. I didn't even know they did 4. That's crazy. Oh, you know what's kind of crazy? Speaking of what Philip was mentioning last night, I got into the InDrive today. And I told the guy, I said, yeah, we're going to Lynn Visa. I need to get a new visa. And he goes, oh, okay. And I actually talked to him for a few minutes. He told me he has a friend, right? He goes, I got a friend. Actually, I'll show you guys the text. I don't know if he's a scammer or not. But he said, hey, I got a friend that will get you a visa stamp and you don't even have to leave your house, right? And then he started asking me kind of some weird questions. But I did ask Duck. I asked Duck, I mean, I point blank asked him, I said, hey, I've heard some people mentioning that they just get a stamp without leaving the country. And he told me never trust those guys. Now, to be fair, I understand Duck is probably no matter what going to say that because that's his business and that's what he makes money on. But I kind of talked to him off the record and was like, is this legit? And he told me, he said, honestly, I'll tell you the truth. If someone would pay me $10,000 to ask, because he said he gets people that ask him just to give him the stamp. And he said, if people ask me, hey, Duck, I'll give you $10,000 to just give me the stamp, he said he wouldn't do it. So I don't know. But actually, it was this guy right here. Look. Then this guy messaged me and he said, my friend, please wait a moment. My friend said that we have to see your visa. He meant passport to get an accurate quote, I said, "What? Why do you have to see it? Can you take a picture of your passport and send it to me?" And I said, "It should be based on the country. It's not safe to send a picture of your passport. If you feel unsafe, I will refer you to the person who made your passport in person." So then that guy called me. So, I don't. Philip was talking about last night. Remember, Philip was like, "I know this guy. He goes to Danong and he just gets a stamp and everything's good." I probably wouldn't trust those guys. That's my opinion. Mark, how did you do that? I've been told. Actually, he even told me, um, that just this October, the Vietnam systems is basically catching everyone because there were still a few people that were still able to apply in Vietnam on their own on the e-visa website and still get approved. But he said since October, which is what, 2 months ago, he said basically Vietnam system is practically all up to date and they catch everybody that's in the country. Um, that doesn't exist anymore, Coconut Man. So I think you hear a lot of bad information, like from people like Philip that says, go to Hanoi and just go get a stamp. I honestly don't believe I don't believe that. I think those are more myths. Maybe years ago, but that doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist. Everyone wants to keep thinking like it's 5 years ago, but it doesn't. Vietnam cleaned up a lot. So basically, under the table, what everyone told me is during COVID, they wanted to clean up all the illegal teacher situation. They told me they wanted to get the Russians, the Philippines, and the Eastern Europeans out of the country that were teaching illegally, which is the reason why they did the 30-day visa for so long, and then why they did the must leave the country before applying for your visa. Because imagine if you're an illegal teacher and you have to leave for 3 to 5 days, you're going to get fired if you don't show up for three. So basically, I was told that a big part of the reason why they enforced the leaving the country was because they were tired of the legal teachers being here. So what they did is make you leave for 3 to 5 days so that these illegal teachers have to miss school for 3 to 5 days, and then the schools end up firing them. Yeah, I think you got so I think all these Vietnam stories of, oh, you could pay this and you could pay this. I think those are the old world. This doesn't exist anymore. Now, I'm sure if you're up high enough and you have millions of dollars or you're someone special, you probably can, but it's not how so many people throw around these stories like, oh, yeah, you just go up here and you do. That doesn't exist anymore, especially for just a regular random American dude. It doesn't work like that no more. Basically, I was told that during COVID, that's why they kind of waited so long to switch from the 30 to the 90-day visa. They wanted to get rid of a lot of the overstayers and the illegal English teachers. That's what I heard, and it made sense to me. But basically, they said like those kind of scam stuff don't exist anymore. And if they do, it's very, very guarded and done for specific people, not just some random dude off the street. Yeah, early 2000s. I mean, I can't. Early 2000s is like pre freaking Airbnb, pre like freaking almost pre Facebook. Like those are wild, wild west times. Crazy Monkeys, like he was Channel Moto was clean. He probably had a Visa stamp at home. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think it's like that now, though. I don't think it's like that. In my personal opinion, I don't think it is. What time is it? We're probably gonna wrap this up in a minute. Um, aliens made COVID to change our DNA. Traveling was better in 2000. I never traveled until my first, well, technically I traveled, I went to Mexico twice. When I was 16, so that must have been 1998. And I think I was 22 when I went to Puerto Vallarta. So I think maybe 1998 and like 2002. But my real international travel was never until 2019. That's when I went to Europe. 2019, I went to Europe. And at the end of 2019, I went to Asia for the first time. Um, that was freaking awesome, man. It's terrible in my mind because 2019 was freaking so cheap. I went from the cheapest time ever to travel basically. Like literally, I was getting one-way tickets from like Bali to like the Philippines for like $27, $25. I would fly from like Bangkok to Vietnam, $26, $24, right? I was getting two-bedroom Airbnbs even in the Philippines for like $22, $21. Then COVID happened. Then I came back to Asia for the second time in 2022, and the airline flights were used to be like 25 bucks. Those are all 45, 50, 60 bucks now. They almost tripled. Then like the Airbnbs now would be like 30 bucks, but it would be a one bedroom instead of a two bedroom. So I thought the only travel that I knew was in 2019. In 2019, everything was amazingly cheap. One meal, that's a good question. That is a really good question. I'd really have to think about it, but I do really, really miss Mexican food right now. I'm from California. We have really authentic, good Mexican food. So I would probably say either like a bunch of those small street tacos, or maybe like some birria tacos, or possibly a nice big steak, a ribeye steak. Um, Emergency extension. Um, no, we weren't talking about emergency extension. Remember, we were talking about the guy last night is coming over here on a 45-day free visa, and he wanted to test out the waters basically. He wanted to say like, I want to come there and then if I like it, I could just do an extension, right? And I could just stay 90 days. I just pay for the 90-day extension once I'm here, right? And I said, "No, no, 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 no. You have to leave the country. You can't stay here and just say, "Hey, can I pay for a 90-day extension while I'm here?" And I told him, "No, you cannot do that." That's why I told him, I said, "You have to, that's why it's smarter to pay the $25, get the 90 days." So for 90 days, all your visa cost is 25 bucks. But what he was trying to do was stay here for free for 45 days. And then on the 45th day, he wanted to say, "Hey, government, can I pay for the 90-day visa now without leaving?" And I was telling him, "No, don't do that. Just pay for the $25 visa now and you save so much money." I do miss steak. So beef is definitely not on the quality of USA. Not only is it not on the quality, but it's price per quality. So ground beef is damn near the same here in Danong that it is in the USA. Like I pay almost $5 a pound for ground beef, like $4 and something. When I left the USA, if you found ground beef on sale, you can get it for right around $5. So ground beef is damn near the same price, but the quality is not as good. And I'm going to say this, I'm going to piss off a lot of Europeans, but ground beef is 1,000% better than minced beef. I don't care what you guys say. Minced beef is so weird. Minced beef, I can't eat. So in USA, you can grab the meat, right? You can pull the meat out of the package and you can form it into a hamburger. Boom, it stays. Minced beef, you pick it out of the container and you push it together and the meat just crumbles. There's just so much liquid in it and you can't form a patty with minced beef. I hate minced beef. So technically, technically, I've been doing my channel now for about 1 year. I've been doing it longer than that, but never as a YouTuber. So like when I first traveled like back in 2019 and stuff, I would upload like a 30-second clip of like music, but really as far as traveling and actually speaking on camera, maybe 1 year, right around 1 year, right? Um but I didn't really start taking it serious, like actually uploading on a constant basis, um, until about September of last year. So about 1 full year. And it took me about 10 or 11 months to go from 0 subscribers up to about 500. And then in August of this year, I made two apartment videos, and those apartment videos blew up pretty good, like amazingly for me. I think we're at like 35,000 views on those apartment videos. And those apartment videos gained me like now probably like 2,000 subscribers. So I'll actually show it to you. I'll show you exactly. You guys can see when my channel actually took off. So look, you guys can see it's crazy. So if we look on my 365, look at my 365. You guys can see this is December 11th. 0 subscribers, right? Of 2023, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. My channel didn't take off till right here. August 18th. On August 18th, I gained 73 subscribers on one day, which is definitely the most. I have 20 in the past year. I've gained 2,300 subscribers, right? And in the past 90 days, I've gained 1,500. So 1,500 in the past 90 days. So that video kind of did it for me. I don't think they have ground beef. So whenever I go to Europe, they always call it minced beef, but there's definitely a difference. There's definitely a difference. Most supermarkets, minced beef in the West has double. That's probably why you can form it. So every time I've had minced beef, go try to form. How do they form burger patties with minced beef? What am I missing? So when I pick up the minced beef, and I try to form it as a patty, it's so liquidy. And then as soon as I form it, like the crumbles of meat just fall off. And I'm like, I can't form it. So the one bedroom I was gonna go take a look at today apparently got rented out. I was supposed to go take a look at another one, but the agent backed out. But tomorrow I'm gonna go take a look at least one apartment. So tomorrow I'm gonna go take a look at a one bedroom, possibly two. I'm at the start of the chart, Will. I know how Oh yeah, man. I honestly never thought I was gonna get monetized. Never, never, never. My channel took forever. There's been so many times I was ready to just stop. And the video that blew up for me, the apartment video, I almost deleted that whole video. I almost never even finished it. So if I would have never finished that, I don't even think I would be monetized now. But I was so close to just stop doing it. It is. So I don't know, maybe in Europe it's different, but here in Danong, every time I get so this is I forgot who told me this, but someone told me that in Vietnam with ground beef, they don't like dry their meat out. Like in the USA, they let it sit for like some days when they process it, and like the liquid dries up. But when you get it from Vietnam, they say, oh, because the ground beef is so fresh that it still has so much liquid in it. But I literally can take the minced beef and squeeze it between my hands and liquid just runs out. I don't eat it, but I've definitely seen lamb here. The butcher shop sells it. The place that I go get my meat, they sell it. They sell it. I've seen lamb. Lamb is yeah, you can definitely get you can get lamb at the butcher shop. I've seen it in there. And I know a UK guy that bought it from there. I love the butcher shop. That's where I get all my meat. Well, that's where I get all my ground beef or minced beef. Yeah, I know a UK guy that got it. I really recommend you guys go to the butcher shop. I've had a lot of stuff from there. I've had chicken. They make smoked bacon. So they do a lot of curing and smoking of meats there. So I've only had ground beef from Moon Milk and Butcher Shop. Butcher Shop is 1,000% better than Moon Milk, shockingly. And shockingly, the ground beef is cheaper at the Butcher Shop than it is at Moon Milk. But the chicken, the pork is cheaper at Moon Milk than it is at the Butcher Shop. So for some reason, I have no clue why, but the Butcher Shop's ground beef is actually cheaper than Moon Milk, but every other cut of meat is cheaper at Moon Milk. But for some reason, Moon Milk's ground beef is cheaper than Butcher Shop's ground beef is cheaper than Moon Milk, and I have no clue why. So Gabriel, what I like about the Butcher Shop is I requested them. So I asked them, I said, hey, can you guys actually grind me up some 70% and some 70/30 ground beef? And they did it for me. They charged me a tad more, but even with that, it still had the problem. Someone told me that the process is different in Vietnam. They said that the ground beef is so fresh. In the USA, apparently there's like a drying stage of ground beef. I don't know nothing about processing meat, but they said in the USA they process it and they like the liquid dries out and everything. But apparently in Vietnam, it doesn't. The Butcher Shop is actually more expensive than Moon Milk. It is. But I actually choose to get so I don't get ground beef from the Butcher Shop or from Moon Milk at all anymore. So even when Butcher Shop has the ground beef for 50% off, I still go pay more at the Butcher Shop. So the Butcher Shop I really, really like for the ground beef. Not because of the price, but because of how the ground beef tastes. I've never enjoyed Moon Milk's ground beef. Now I enjoy their chicken and I enjoy their pork, but I don't like Moon Milk's ground beef. But the Butcher Shop is more expensive in every other way. For example, you guys, I don't know if you guys specifically, but I've done it for people on here. I go to the little bakery and I get a hamburger bun for 5,000, but the Butcher Shop, their same hamburger bun's like 12,000. So, I don't buy stuff like that, but I'll definitely overpay compared to Moon Milk for their ground beef. But I actually like Moon Milk's bacon better. Even though it's freshly smoked, it has too much of a smoky flavor for the bacon at the Butcher Shop for me. Fluffy, you didn't even take a shower. That's what I've heard. That's what we've heard, Elvis. We heard that the other day when we were walking. And then we seen Gio was doing a Bacolod condo search. Actually, it's funny because I looked at the video. He looked at the same apartment complex that we stayed at in Bacolod too. I actually sent him a message the other day and I said, hey man, that's the apartment that we stayed at. If you're interested, when I come over there in a few weeks, I'll bring you and Diane out for dinner and pay. Just depends. It depends on if you catch us when we're busy or not. What is next week? Next week, you're coming next week. Next week, well, one day we're only going to be in Hoi An. We'll see. But I'll definitely let you know. It just all depends on our schedule. Yeah, but the 11th. Okay. I don't think we're going to Hoi An till the 14th, which is the lunar. We're going to Hoi An because the lunar festival is on the 14th of every month. I have not. So the big reason why I haven't covered, I think you commented earlier, Quantum, two reasons why I haven't covered houses. One, they're definitely going to be more expensive, but two, houses are not in An Thuong. You're going to have to go out of the main area to find that. So there's no houses for rent in An Thuong, and there's not even houses really in Sun Tra. So you're gonna have to go to like the riverside. So they don't really have houses near the main area, at least that I know of. So it kind of hurts in that aspect. Because remember, the big thing for me is I don't want to leave the An Thuong area. Like I could go to Sun Tra and go get a 2-bedroom for the same, like for 9 million VND, and they're nice, they're big, they're huge, but I don't like that area. It's so much less stuff to do there. All the restaurants are down here, so I'd be doing a lot of commuting every day to come back down here. And the thing is going to be the same for houses. You're not going to find houses down by the beach. They just don't exist. Speaking of pizza, if you guys go to another pizza place, I would try out Gilda's. I've only had 3 pizza places here. Gilda's was the best tasting. You guys seen me do a live stream, but I will tell you guys this now. The deep dish is somewhat small. It's small for how much it is. I wish they either offered a cheaper pizza at that same size was cheaper, or I wish they offered a bigger Chicago style pizza. So if we go stay in Hoi An, it's just going to be for one day. We would go probably the 15th. We would check into the hotel on the 15th. We would stay to the 16th and then come back the 16th night. But we're just hoping it doesn't rain. If it rains, it's going to throw everything off, but we will see. We will see. The house thing, I don't know anyone that's ever rented a house out here. I have no clue how houses work. I don't even know where I would look for houses. I can ask a couple of people and see what they say, but I don't even know where I would look for houses. We were gonna go. We're definitely 100% gonna go. But the thing is, now it's December, and we can either go now or we can wait to the 14th, which is the Lunar Festival. The Lunar Festival is when they turn off all the lights in the city. That's at least what I've read. They turn off all the lights and everything's lit up by lantern. So we could technically go now, or we can wait another 6 days and go during the Lantern Festival. So that's why we didn't go in December yet, is because we figured since we're going in December, we might as well go on the Lunar Festival day. On the 17th day, got it. Okay, the 17th is good for me. Let me figure out when I get there. We're in a near piano and drum kit. Yeah, I think that's going to be the problem with houses. I don't think houses exist down by the beach. And if they do, it's extremely rare, and I guarantee you it's going to be outrageously expensive. But I don't know anybody that's ever rented a house. I've never heard any reviews about houses. But I can probably assume that houses just don't exist down here by the beach. I just don't think it's possible. Could be wrong, but at least that's my opinion. Okay, maybe by Sun Tra. I haven't been out that way. But I have a feeling they're probably going to be expensive. I don't know. Just curious, why are you guys interested in renting a house? I always ask that question for people that ask. It's just like the same. A lot of people ask me about opening a bank account in Da Nang, and a few people ask me about renting a house. Why do you guys want to rent a house? That's what I'm curious about. Gardens, okay, I understand the gardens. You might not get the garden with a condo or an apartment, but you definitely can get the space and the privacy with a condo or an apartment. You might not get the garden though. No neighbors. I wouldn't be sure on no neighbors. I wouldn't be sure on no neighbors with a house. I think you might have next door neighbor house, so I'm not sure on that part. Shoot, man, they should go get those. Man, I've been seeing some awesome places, man. I seen, now it's 20 million a month, but I seen this 3-story place. It was huge, man. It was a 3-story place. And it was in this area. It wasn't a house though. It was like a something they converted, and it was nice. It was very nice. Great choice. Maybe. I never really had any problems with neighbors. So I guess I've been kind of lucky on that. 5-bedroom, come on, man. You don't even need a kitchen. So I know you don't need 5 bedrooms. What was I gonna say? There was something else I was gonna say about that subject. I'm forgetting. "99% of us can't buy anything here." Well, it's kind of crazy. I honestly believe, this is my opinion. My opinion is, as an American, I believe the USA should make some kind of pact with Asian countries or any countries that they cannot buy our land in USA if we cannot buy land in their country. Because it's crazy that anybody can come into the USA from any part of the world and buy American land, but then the same Americans that they come and buy our land cannot go to their country and buy it. $1,700 is but Marcus, $1,700 is a lot of money in Da Nang. So you're looking at my 2-bedroom place, right? I'm in a huge 2-bedroom place with an amazing view. And I pay $550, which includes electricity. So I can get 3 of these apartments, 3 with the bedroom in there and the bedroom back there. I can get 3 of my apartments here, and I'm 1 block from the beach. So you paying $1,700 by the river is insane. Even $1,700 on the beach is a lot. So I know you guys, here's what I run into. A lot of you guys want to either go stay in Sun Tra or near the river before you've ever been here. And then every single person I've met that stays in Sun Tra or stays over in the river, after a week or 2, they go, "You know what, man? We came over to An Thuong and just everything's here. You know, we thought we were going to have a nice time." Everybody loves An Thuong. Everyone realizes once they move to Sun Tra or the river area, they quickly want to get out of there. They say it's nice, it's peaceful, but guess what? There's no moon milk. Guess what? There's no Western restaurants. Guess what? There's no this, there's no this. And every single buddy that comes from Sun Tra or the river area all end up down here. $1,700 is a lot. I'll show you guys really quickly. So Marcus, this is what I pay $550 for. So I'll show you real quick. So $550. And remember, that includes electricity. So really, if you really want to break it down, my rent is probably about $475. So huge living room, right? Huge kitchen, huge living room. I'll show you guys the view. The view of our city way up here. We get a view of everything. Right? Then here's our spare bedroom. This is where we just keep our storage. Well, our bags. This is the second bedroom. You can see all of our bags are in here. Second bedroom. This is my bathroom, right? My bathroom. Then this is our bedroom that we actually sleep in. This is our first bathroom. And then this is the view from our window, way up here, way up here. Or if you wanted, you could stay in the back of the building and you could have a view of the beach. But at the nighttime, you can't see the beach. That's why I like the city view better. Plus, I see the Dragon Bridge. So this place is $550 a month, all bills included. $550, nothing else, nothing extra. No pool, no pool and no gym. But here's the thing about Da Nang. So inside little secret is, if you really have to have a pool, you could go to these hotels and you could pay them. I think it's like usually around $2 or $3 a day, and you can use their pool. So you could still technically use a pool by going to a nearby hotel. But my opinion, from everything I've observed, when you rent places with pools and gyms, you really, really pay an extra fee for them, a big time fee, because you'll get half the size of this place, and then you'll still pay like $800, $700, $800, and you'll get half the size of this place. But then they'll say, oh, but you have a pool and a gym. There's a gym 2 blocks down that way that you can go to, and you can go and use the daily hotels here for $2 or $3 a day. So I advise getting the best apartment and figuring out your amenities outside your building. 1 bedroom in your building? Yee. That's expensive for a 1 bedroom. You have to really, really. So remember, I'm basically paying, if you want to break it down, I'm realistically paying 12 million VND for this place. So I paid 14 million, right? I pay 14 million for this place total, but that includes electricity. So it's really about 12 to 12 and a half million plus about 1 million, maybe a little over 1 million in electricity. So IFT trader, you're going to pay 11.5 million, and then you're going to pay at least 1 million in electricity. So you're looking at 12.5 to close to 13 million VND once you pay electricity on top of your rent and water. So you're at 13 million for a 1 bedroom. I'm paying 14 million for a 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom. So the cheapest 1 bedroom that I've been able to find that meets all my requirements are about 8.5 million. The one I'm going to look at tomorrow, assuming they're going to show it to me, today they backed out and they said it got rented, is 8.5 million. Realistically, you're going to find a lot of places that are going to try to sell them to you for 10, 11, 12 million. Those are just highway robberies. You should realistically get one here for maybe as low as 8, maybe if you're a really good negotiator and maybe you get a lucky time, maybe 8 million for a 1 bedroom. But realistically, 8.5 to 9.5 million is very reasonable. 10 million is just a little bit too much in my opinion. So from like 8 is probably the lowest you're going to find. 10 is too much. So in that 8 to 10 million range is about average, but try to be closer to the 8. Yes, so gyms are a luxury here. Locals don't go to gyms. Gym memberships are expensive. That's why I kind of told you that places with pools and gyms that are in the building are going to cost you an arm and a leg, because they factor that into your amenities. So what you're going to get is you're going to get half the size of this place, but then they're going to tell you, guess what? You have a spa and you have a pool and you have a gym. That's what you're paying for. $800 a month. So you got to figure out, do you want a tiny place or do you want a place with no swimming pool? You pay a lot of money for a swimming pool and you pay a lot of money for a gym. Yep. The other thing is, so you can go to the pig gym down here, but the pig gym is $30 a month. You go to the USA, you can go to Planet Fitness for $10 a month. So figure this, $10 a month for a gym in the USA, $30 a month in Vietnam. That's like the equivalent of probably going to the USA and paying like $80 a month. $30 a month in Vietnam is like the equivalent to paying like $80 in the USA for a gym. Gyms are luxury. The gyms are not for locals. It's a extra. Just need to check out with gym. Yeah, good gym. That's crazy. That is crazy. So apparently, I guess for some reason, shockingly, gyms in the USA are extremely cheap because Planet Fitness is kind of like the Walmart of gyms, but Planet Fitness is like $10 a month. A lot of gyms there you can find in the $20 range in the USA. I have a gym and a pool for $11 a day. Yeah, at a hotel. At a hotel, you'll find that. Oh, yeah, you'll definitely find that at a hotel. But at an apartment, you're gonna really pay for that. What did you pay $25 for? I missed what did you pay for? I missed oh, that's what you paid? Man, $21 and that's for a one bedroom? So we pay 435,000 for this two bedroom. This two bedroom, two bathroom, we pay 435,000 a night if you want to break it down by night because I paid 14 million divided what is 14 million divided by 30? This is what I pay a night. 14 million divided by 30. I pay 466,000 a night. So that's what I pay for a two bedroom, two bathroom. That includes everything. Electricity, Wi-Fi, water, everything. 406. You could not find a two bedroom rental on Agoda with two bedrooms, two bathrooms for 466,000 VND a night. You just couldn't do it. If I go down to the one bedroom, it would be 8.5, right? So this is what you guys should be paying for a one bedroom in my apartment if you do a long-term rental. So a one bedroom should cost you 280,000 a night. I think you mentioned that place the other time. Let me look up that place. Ling. I think you're over in the pub area, or at least what I call the pub area. Yeah, you're right on the other side of Roadhouse. So that area I go into a lot, but I personally do not want to live in that Western pub. So you guys see where everything in yellow is? That's my cutoff. I love staying in this area above the yellow right there, all the way up to the main road, and maybe as far back. This is that cafe that I go to where I get the caramel ice drink right there, and here's the Catholic church. I like this area above the yellow all the way up into this square. This is where I really, really, really want to stay. Man, you're only like maybe the second person that I've heard with no deposit. No deposit is, I really like the no deposit. I like the no deposit, and I like when you don't have to pay electricity. I like the one-time baked-in price. 9 million, okay. Let me show you the place that I'm supposed to go look at tomorrow. I really like it, but it's a weird setup. Let me show you guys this place. Let me see if you guys can see this. It's a weird 2-bedroom setup, but if they will do under, look at this place. This is it right here. Let me show you guys. Hold on. So this is a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom that I'm gonna go take a look at. So there's your kitchen. It does have a 2-burner, which I like. It does have your washer. It looks a little old, at least in the video. But here's your first bathroom. Right. Then you come out here. It's got the full kitchen, but look, no couch. There's no couch in that living room. Here's the first bedroom, right? You get a fan and an AC. I checked and asked them because I couldn't see the AC, but they told me there's an AC. That's the living room. Here's the second bedroom, right? AC in that one. And then you do get this balcony. And that is right by the Catholic Church. There's 2 things I don't like about that place. The living room is a little weird, and it is 8 million. But it's right near the cafe, the place where I get the caramel ice blend, right by the Catholic Church, and that's not my preferred area. If that was like 7 million, I would probably really think about that. If he'll do under 8 million, I will really think about it. Oh, and there's no elevator. Let me see. Switch towels as much as you like. I use it, but I still use toilet paper. I don't like uh being all soaking wet after you go to the bathroom. Best invention. Yeah, so I know today, if you guys watch my live stream today, on the other side of the river, right by the con market, there was another church there. But I think there's only one church in the area that I live in. If you guys have seen my night live streams, you guys probably seen me pass by that church a good amount of times. Japanese toilet. Never used a Japanese toilet. It does, and I actually don't really mind not having the elevator. The only really reason why I don't like not having the elevator is when we first move in because we have so many bags. Now, on a daily basis, I don't really mind it, but to get our 4 or 5 bags there and our crock pot and our air fryer up 3 flights of stairs without elevators, and then when we leave, that's when it's going to be the problem. But every day I could probably deal with it, but bringing our freaking heavy ass luggage and our air fryer and our crock pot and everything, that's going to be the big problem. The other church was doing remodeling, but it's open now. So if we're talking about the same one, it's open now. Yo, I think someone's calling me. Yo. Could have swore I heard someone calling my name. Yeah, I don't really mind the elevator for the most part. It's just to be, you guys seen how much storage we have. Plus I have that crock pot. Plus I have the air fryer and stuff. So that first time moving in is going to be a freaking pain. Sammy, I notice, is obsessed with the size of beds. No one gives him a hard time, but they give me a hard time of me always making a requirement about having 50 square meters. But Sammy is very obsessed with how big the bed is. I've seen him in multiple videos measuring the bed. And also, he will say, he knows it like, he'll be like, this is 168 centimeters, this bed. I'm like, man, at least as long as it's a queen, I'm fine. Oh, it's starting to rain now, guys. Let's see. I think it's... Let's take a look. Oh, yeah, it's starting to rain. I can hear it. You guys see it? You can see it hitting the... Yep, it's starting to rain good. That's what I'm worried about. Like, if we would have went to freaking Hoi An today, I was worried about this. Hoi An. I think we're gonna do about maybe 2 more minutes. I still gotta go take a shower. And then tomorrow, I guess if it's raining, I'm gonna start editing this video. I'm gonna do, so I guess apparently my next video is gonna be today's con market video. You guys seen me drink the avocado coffee, and you guys seen me negotiate. So I'm gonna make that into a video, and hopefully it'll do good. I've never really done a inside market like that video, but hopefully it'll do good. I didn't expect anything from Vietnam and didn't plan to come here. It was either the cheapest place. So you know my take on Vietnam. So I came to Vietnam the first time in 2019. I came to Ho Chi Minh first, and then I went to Hanoi, and it was okay. Like, I didn't hate the country, I didn't love the country. And then I left, and then I always wanted to go to Da Nang. I don't know. I seen a picture of Da Nang, and I seen the Ferris wheel, and I actually thought that the Ferris wheel was down on the beach. I thought it was kind of like a Santa Monica version of Asia. I didn't know that the Ferris... I swear from the picture, it made me think that the Ferris wheel was on the beach, but it's not. And then I said, you know what? I want to go there. So I found it, and it was the cheapest visa run from Bangkok. And when I came to Da Nang, all of a sudden, that was my favorite city. It was my favorite city. But actually, when I went to Ho Chi Minh and Hanoi, I didn't really care for Vietnam. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. But it definitely wasn't a place I was like, oh, I have to go back. Or I didn't even really care if I went back. But then fate had it. I was in Bangkok. I stayed there for 60 days, and I needed to do a visa run. And I go, oh, damn, the cheapest one is Da Nang. I've been wanting to go to that city. So actually, that's when we came. We came, actually, I forgot. We came in January. We came during Tet of 2023 for 6 days to do our visa run from Thailand. We stayed in this apartment, not this actual apartment, but we stayed a few floors below, and we paid $27 a night. And we came here for 6 days, and I said, man, I really love this city, man. This city is awesome. Then we went back to Thailand after the 6 days, and we did another 60 days in Vietnam. And then we came here in March of 2023, and then we basically stayed here for the rest of last year. And this has been my favorite city since. Contracting in London for U.S. investment banks. I have heard of Deloitte. I have heard of it. I just never been. Oh, I thought you said I haven't heard of it. Because it's so hard for me to leave Da Nang. I get everything here. There's just, in my mind, there's no way something is going to be better than this, especially at the price. I appreciate it, Jay. It's more about knowing I needed to quit complaining and leaving my corporate life. I'm considering selling up and moving to Vietnam. PM just did that. I don't know if he's selling everything, but PM just retired. He's basically doing that. My older son doesn't want to, though, and my younger son is still going to school. That lady? Yeah, that lady. We will go back to that place. We'll probably go back for some fries and a pineapple shake. I just don't know when we'll get out there again. But we need to find one more good restaurant. Or I guess we can keep it as other, because we have 6 regular restaurants that we rotate now. So it would be kind of good to find a 7th so that we have one for every day. But I don't know. We don't want to force a seventh restaurant in Hong Kong. Yeah, I haven't been to China since 2019. I was really, really, really debating about doing my visa run instead of on the bus for me and Fluffy to go to China so that she can get her first China visa and at the same time taking care of my visa run. But the luggage situation or the rent situation here kind of threw that off. We talked to the lady for about an hour. We were probably there for a good solid hour. I think someone else messaged us that they went there too. So I think at least 2 or 3 people went there. Yeah, I think at least 2 or 3 people went there. Damn, I can hear the rain now, guys. I really, really like the Pocket 2, but there's two major flaws in it. Two major flaws. Same as my GoPro. So I love my GoPro, but there's two major flaws with the GoPro. And I love my DJI Pocket 2, but there's two major flaws. I might even do a video. There's been a few of you guys have told me to do my camera comparison or camera review videos. I might do that. So real quickly, I'll tell you the two main problems that I have with the GoPro. So the GoPro, if you guys can see, it doesn't have a gimbal. So you guys do tell me a lot that it goes around and it bounces or I move the camera too fast. So I would love there to be a gimbal on this. The other issue is night recording is awful. GoPros are known to be horrible at night. Those are the two big flaws. Now, the two big flaws on the DJI Pocket 2, the first one is there's no interchangeable batteries. So with my GoPro, I have a total of 3 batteries. There's one in there right now, and I have 2 extra. So I just pop them out, pop them in. I have 3 batteries. So it's awesome, easy. The other problem is I have to use this adapter to plug in my Rode Wireless Go, and then it sticks out. So I got to hold the Pocket 2 here, and I got to stick this in my camera so it's like hanging out, and it becomes a little bulky because of this, because there's no way to hook up the Rode Wireless microphone setup to it without this adapter. So those are my two problems. Biggest one is the battery issue. So you have to, the battery life doesn't last long, especially for videos that I do. And then you would either have to bring your power bank and constantly keep your Pocket 2 plugged into your power bank. Those are the two problems with my Pocket 2. Ironically, she is stone's throw. Yeah, I know. I think you said that you were right down there. And I seen, when I looked on the map, you're right there. I'm about to go to bed in just a minute, too. Hopefully the video will be done tomorrow. If it won't be done tomorrow, it'll be done the next day. I'm really, really trying to get a video out every 2 days. Sometimes it's 3, but I'm really, really trying to crank them out. I have no clue what we're going to do for dinner tomorrow. We might cook. We might. In the next couple days, we're going to cook. But if not, we'll probably do a live stream from wherever we go eating tomorrow. So we've been going out to eat a lot, actually, because we've been kind of testing out an experiment of how much it costs for us to go out to eat compared to if we cook. So we will probably do a live stream tomorrow at some point. And I'm hopefully going to go take a look at 2 apartments tomorrow. So we might have some more footage of some apartments that I might be able to upload within the next day or 2 also. So I appreciate it, guys. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you guys haven't. Let's do one quick last update on how many subscribers we have. I always like to end this with how many subscribers we have. 2,654. Yep. So hopefully we can get to 3,000 subscribers by New Year's Eve. It would be awesome if we can get to 3,000 subscribers in the next, what, 26, 25 something days. That would be awesome. That would be a cool milestone. We're slowly moving. The past couple months, I've been growing a lot stronger. The past month or so, it's been slowing down, but let's keep it going. And I will see you guys very soon. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Have a good day. Tip your waiter. Go do whatever the hell you guys are going to do after and go to bed.